February 7th, 2022, fourth meeting of the CBA.
Okay, we wanted to start today going over the things that we had talked about at the last meeting. We had some discussions, made some changes, and make sure everybody's working towards the same end here. So, I did bring copies of what I had sent, if you need copies. Need copies?
No, I got,
Okay.
yeah, we've gotten, what we did is we started at number 1, and I think we got as far as 14, reviewing what you had sent us.
Okay.
To some of those, I think there's like 5 of those we're fine with what you had presented us, and with some others, we've got some like a counter proposal or some proposed language change. So I don't know how I've got it electronically, I've got it in print. I don't think there's anything major.
Can I get like 2 seconds with you over one thing?
Can we have 5 minutes?
Yeah, you guys have the room right next door.
It'll be like the hallway and then we're good. We'll be right there. And anything will be 30 seconds. It was a clerical thing for myself.
So do you want to just start at the beginning and work through? Okay, on preamble, the proposal you had given us, the third paragraph, which was a new paragraph, said employees in bargaining unit classifications of the Deltona professional firefighters, IFF Local 2930, here and after shall be referred to as members.
Mm-hmm. That was the request that you had made, right?
Well, it's really it's a little... I just changed it to say employees in bargaining unit classifications contained in PERC certification 642 here and after shall be referred to as members, because really any place in here that we say the benefit affects or flows to members, we're talking about bargaining unit members, whether they're members of the union or not. So I think that just clarifies that, and then other than that, we're fine with the changes that you had provided. So it would just say employees in bargaining unit classifications contained in PERC certification number 642 here and after shall be referred to as members.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Stacey, do you have the ability to put that up there?
I don't. Yeah, you'd have to ask Chris.
You guys keep going.
I think the HDMI is right here. I'm just trying to track it.
Oh, right.
Right there, yeah. We just
All
need
right,
it.
right
Can
here.
we get it all the way down to her?
It's got some extra.
We got plenty of extra here.
Oh, yeah.
That's a nice
thing.
Yeah, that's serious.
There you go.
Holy cow, you could whoop somebody with that thing.
And Jim, the thought is, as we just go through and we agree, we can at least have her vote
Yeah.
instead of going back in her notes later.
Yeah.
Take your time. It's a thick cord.
That's fine.
Hard to bend though.
That's it.
This is this here, sorry.
That's it, dude. That's it.
But it's that one. Alright, so grab the wire. Yeah, he's gonna try and help you. He knows how to do it.
Excellent.
Okay.
It's USB, not HDMI. Just kidding. Whatever.
Wow, that's fancy.
Yosemite Sam plugged into your,
Hey, dude, don't mess with Yosemite.
alright?
Yeah. Man with an attitude.
I didn't see the face, just a head. PURC. I think, right? PURC, perch.
Yeah.
What's your address
Driving.
To the office?
Yeah.
What's your Well, it just went out again.
I'm not picking up. It's just flickering on its own.
Okay, you have to look really fast. There it goes. Did you see it? There it goes. There it is. Everybody see it?
Oh, yeah.
Ah, it just needed to be out there. Like old time stuff.
Computer glitches, thank
Yep.
God. Thank God you're free.
There we go. 5237. Summerlin,
I think it's Bluetooth to the.
SUMMERLIN.
computer, though.
The word Commons, COMMONS Boulevard.
Alright, where's the have like blowing it like a.
And it is.
Nah, we
Yeah.
blew it. He is blowing.
Turned off again?
Is that thing used?
And these TVs, like they used to be.
No, that'd be the old bulb, you know, the old glass bulb.
I remember when you went to the,
To the
Hardware
TV
store.
to get the bulbs.
well, you could go in the hardware store and there was a tester.
Oh yeah,
Remember
they had-
the
but that was
tester?
the rack with the bulb. And
Right,
they
and
had
you'd have to put the
radiators
bulb in and it would tell you if it was good or not.
Yep.
And then,
Yeah,
and if it
absolutely.
wasn't good, then you'd have to go in the back of the TV and put the new tube or whatever it was, bulb.
Today at just before 9 o'clock.
My brother-in-law, he used to
There
work
it
a
is.
close
Just
TV
got
in
it.
Ormond
Just came
Beach.
through.
I haven't got
Well,
it.
really, it was Holly Hill, but
I got it on my phone.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah, let me just, well, let me refresh the page.
yeah.
Change your resolution. Yeah, the concern is on the computer.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
That probably doesn't have that.
Oh, she sent it to my door. Yeah. Of course she did.
Okay.
There it is. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. Staring back, right?
I'm gonna straighten that TV once we get going, because I want to. Great.
You want this?
Yeah, we should stop. Just gotta get a different cable.
Okay.
Hey, Dave, you were gonna have
Yes.
perks.
PERC certification, should say PERC. Certification number, was it 642?
Yes.
642, and then take out everything else up to the word hereinafter. All,
Yeah.
it should say PERC certification 642.
If you drive around the park.
What the heck?
the opposite one. Oh,
She's deleted the same word 5 times.
she's not using backspace.
Is that what you wanted?
No, perk certifications, number 642. And then you take the 642 out behind perk. There you go.
You right here, 642?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's good.
Comma.
That's technically a TA. Hands in, baby.
Did we do it?
Yeah.
I think we
yeah,
did it.
Yeah.
Ice broken.
All right.
Am I the only one excited?
I was excited to start off.
Thank you.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was, but we said it was. You said it was.
All right, can we go to
Take
2?
all sides.
Article 2, documentation. Okay, so here's our discussion about documentation and our concern. The new proposed language in section 2, I guess without a definition of what formal communication is, we want to make sure that whatever we're agreeing to here doesn't serve to limit informal communication, and that we don't have to jump through all of these hoops every time there's any communication between the city and the union or the fire chief. And we also want to make sure that whatever we're agreeing to here is not read as a limitation on the union's ability to communicate with the legislative body or the elected officials during the term of the agreement. So what we have proposed is accepting your language as you proposed it here and then adding a section 3 that has essentially three bullet points. The first one would say, at the end under section 3, nothing contained in this article is intended to discourage or prevent informal communication or discussions between local 2913 officers and representatives and city representatives and officials. Okay. The second one says, and then there was a section in the above the old section 2 that talked about electronic copies and public records that was stricken. So I've just stuck a bullet in that says the city agrees to continue to provide copies of public records to the union within a reasonable period of time following a request. And the third bullet says nothing contained in this article is intended to restrict the union's right to communicate with members of city commission or other elected officials about matters of importance to local 2913 members or the public. And then all of the rest of your changes in section 1 and section 2 would be accepted with that additional language. And I can let me take a copy of that. So just after section 2, yeah.
So Jim, can you give an example of the union talking to the commission about matters?
So let me jump in here. First, I want to know if it's still the city's intent, because we're actually reporting, because you guys brought to us the last time, that you wanted to restrict our communication about contract negotiations with the commission. Is that still your intent to restrict any communication about the contract, or because we had a website brought to us, which is really not relevant to this? What is your intent with that language and that conversation we had the last time about restricting our communication with City Commission? Because that's really what this is going to boil down to. So I want to make sure my brain and our brain is on the same track, and we're not confused on what you guys want.
So let me make an attempt at it, and then obviously Stacy will jump in, but good faith. So I think during contract negotiations, what is said at this table, going back and forth, should be kept. Obviously you have to report to your members on progress. We have to report to the city manager on progress. But what we're trying to avoid is a city commissioner going to the city manager after talking to union members and pressuring the city manager when we're here bargaining in good faith. We just feel it should come from the other side.
Here's the issue. First off, unions can't with city council members, and city administration can't with our members directly bargain. That's direct dealing and it's unlawful. So the union is prohibited from going to city commissioners and getting in any kind of back and forth with them about matters that are being discussed here. That's number one. Number two, the other thing that they can't do is the union can't go to city council members and propose something that hasn't already been presented and discussed here. But the concern is if the union doesn't communicate with elected officials, then the elected officials who in our system are the ultimate decision makers in bargaining in Florida never get to hear from the union and the union's explanation of its proposals until and unless we're at impasse at a public hearing. We've already gone through the special matter. That's the first time they hear from the union about why, the justification. We understand that city administration has the right, and typically does both before and during bargaining, have executive sessions. And I think it's important that the elected officials hear explanations and justifications for union proposals directly from the union. Certainly there have been experiences where we have learned that the explanation that was provided at the table was never shared or was amended and edited as it went to city council. And so city council, when we go to a public hearing and impasse, says, well, why is this the first time I've ever heard this? Well, it shouldn't be. And so in terms of the communication that goes, well, and what we're talking about now is communications while collective bargaining is going on. But there's also a variety of things that the union, I think it's important that the union weighs in on and keeps elected officials informed of from their perspective as representatives of the employees, just in the course of.
So I think we're talking two different issues. I don't disagree on your second issue, that throughout the course of the 365 days that the union, it's their prerogative actually to go speak to commissioners. So I started out talking about this because that's what John was saying earlier, was our conversation last time about, and there's a history, and I think the new administration would like to separate themselves from that history that has gone on the past 12 years, et cetera, and start out fresh. So we're just asking if we're going to start out fresh, anything that happened in the past, let's just be on the up and up with it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. To me, it's not necessarily anything with the past. It's just moving forward. I think it's important that, particularly in bargaining, that after proposals are presented and discussed here, that the elected officials who are the final decision makers in this process we have under 447 get to hear the union's explanation, union's justification, see the supporting documentation, and to be sure. Now, sometimes that's done simply by a written communication to them saying, listen, we met last week with city administration, here are the proposals we made, we wanted to share with you an overview of why. That's one-way communication. There's no bargaining going on, right? And there can't be any bargaining going on. There can't be any back and forth. But to make sure that they understand, and at the end of the day, they may say, well, we don't buy that, or it's still, that's fine. But at least to know that they've heard the union's explanation and justification for the proposals they've made during bargaining. And again, nothing can go there before it's been presented and discussed here.
Right.
And it isn't, I don't think it shouldn't be taken as the union trying to undermine anybody. It's to make sure that the final decision makers in this process hear the union's side, not someone's version of the union's justification for why they've proposed or what issue they're trying to address with or what concerns or issue they're trying to address. That all may have been discussed here, but may or may not be carried forward through executive sessions. And so we want to make sure that whatever we're agreeing to here isn't read by somebody saying, once negotiations start, you can't talk to them unless and until we get to the public hearing at impasse.
So I do have a question for you guys, because you did have a shade meeting. So the city, and this is obviously recorded, has the city made a official request for commissioners to not communicate or directly communicate with the union at this point in time? And because that's going to be a big factor in what the language is in here. So that's a very simple question with the city's position right now and what they've already addressed to the commissioners. So that would be a question for both of you, because with the fact that you brought a union website and said that you didn't want this type of communication is concerning. But the fact that we're in a position right now to make a decision, and we'd like to know what your position is as of right now and has been communicated to the commissioners on talking or directly communicating with the union.
Were you going to say something? So we did have a session, and it was an education meeting. I think that's probably the best way to describe it. It was essentially giving the members, some of them who've never been through this process, an overview of the process and their role in the process so that they all understand that. There's no direction. It was just an education session. I do want to set clear, though, that at the last meeting, we keep talking about the last meeting, it was not the meeting of this group where we had any discussions about communications. The meeting that we had was simply requesting the members of the union to do exactly what you were saying. And that is to let this process play. Everyone has their say, but as John was saying, not trying to negotiate through people who aren't sitting at the table.
Yeah, there should be no negotiation, but at the same time, I'm not looking backwards here, but I can tell you my experience elsewhere is that we have found out later in the process that the union's explanation and costing, for instance, that was shared at the bargaining table was never shared in executive session with commission. And then when we we end up at impasse, we end up through a public hearing, and at the public hearing when we present it, commissioners say, well, why is this the first time we've heard of this? Comparables, for instance, the union's comparables, or whatever justification they have put forward, in some instances doesn't get shared. So the commissioners never hear from the union. And worse yet, I've also known of situations where the union's justification was totally distorted in conversations. And we learned from elected officials later that that wasn't what we were told. We were told you guys were X, Y, Z, or that you were opposed to this. That isn't true. That was not what was discussed at the table. So I think it's essential to the process that the final decision makers in this process under 447 make sure that they are hearing, whether they agree with it or don't agree with it, the union's justifications for proposals and costing and comparables and those things from the union during the process after they've been presented, and with the understanding that any back and forth negotiation occurs here, doesn't occur there. Same as with administration going out into fire stations and making their pitch, right? Whether I like it or don't like it, the city has a right in contentious negotiations. If they feel like the union leadership is not communicating what's been said in here, the justification, to the members, they have a right to go out into the stations or hold captive audience meetings and say, we want you to hear from us. Not in a back and forth, but we're here to tell you why the city's proposed what it's proposed and what direction the city's gone and what we've shared with your union leadership at the table. to make sure that the union isn't doing the same thing, withholding from the membership who are ultimately going to vote on this and make decisions about this, that what the city's justification and proposal is. The city has a right to do that. What the city can't do is get in back and forth with members in the stations. Well, if we did this, would you guys do that? Give me a show of hands. Now that's bargaining. Same as if the union goes to the city commission and says, commissioners, if we were to drop our wage request from this to that, could we get agreement on? Now we're bargaining. It's unlawful either way. That's not what, you cannot do that. But to go inform when there's any concern to make sure that the commission, because in this system they're the final step, that they clearly understand the union's justification and what the proposal was and why, the whys and concerns, to make sure they hear it from the union. So now there is an insulated period during the process that once the special magistrate's recommendations have been received, if either side objects in whole or in part to those recommendations, under the law, the insulated period kicks in then, and there's to be no communication with the elected officials from either side until the public hearing. That's the law, and there can't be, on matters that are subject to the impasse and essentially collective bargaining, it has to cease the moment either side objects to the special magistrate's recommendations in resolving the impasse. Both sides have to keep in their own camps until the public hearing, and then at the public hearing put their presentations forward. We just want to make sure that in that process, in the unlikely event we end there, that the commission isn't hearing the union's justification or explanations or costing or comparables for the first time. So I just want to make sure that what we're agreeing to here, so we've put these caveats to say we're fine with all of the changes in 1 and 2, but we want to make sure that A, we're not restricting in any way informal communications, because there's no definition of what constitutes formal communication here between fire administration or the city. That we continue to agree that public records copies will be provided in a reasonable period of time following a request, and that thirdly, that we're not restricting in any way the union's ability to communicate with elected officials.
And that's really my question. I don't think it actually got answered. And I have both of you here, and we need to know, because that changes a lot of our opinion on this language, because I've been doing this a very long time, and unfortunately, this is something I've dealt with in the past, and I want to make sure that we use the proper language. So the question again is, has this city directed the commission or commissioners to restrict their communication at this time with the union on matters that have to do with anything? And that's really where I need that information to move forward with the correct language, because I've been down this road, and rather than cause a problem between both groups, we solidify it in language, and we all know that this is what happened, and like you said, it's just fair bargaining. We need to know where your position is and where you're at with the commissioners, so that we know what we need to do to collectively correct it in the language if we don't agree. So at this point, again, has the city, commission, you, anyone, discussed restricting communication of any kind with the union?
I have
Very
not.
simple,
I can only
yes or
speak
no.
for myself.
So you don't have any idea what's going on with anything else in the city?
I have not directed any commissioners to not have communications.
Have you heard anything like that? Does anybody know anything like that? Because I just need to know. Okay.
So
Then that
It's funny how
language would be
rumors
good.
start, because there was a comment made on Saturday. We met on Saturday, and there was a comment made by a commissioner who had been absent at the last meeting. And she had this understanding that somehow the message had gotten out that members of the public were no longer allowed to talk to commissioners, which,
Members of the
quite
public.
frankly, is asinine, right? But that was the rumor.
That is their, I'm not going to gut into rumors. That's their right as a thing. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here, that because of
I'm
the
just
last
saying,
meeting
wherever-
we had, I want to make sure that I know your hope was to
So-
restrict that communication. I don't want that to happen.
So
That's
from our perspective, as long as, with these caveats, then it makes clear what the changes in section 1 and 2 do and do not do. I just want to make sure that nobody comes back later and says, no, by the changes that were agreed to in 2, you guys agreed that you would or would not do the following. So we want to, our proposal is to just clarify those changes by adding section 3 here.
And more for you as being a police officer, it already exists to restrict things.
All right.
So frankly, the second one, I think can be stricken immediately because it's a public records request, and we have, I mean, there are laws that guide the city responding to requests. If an individual, a union, whoever, made a request for public records, the city's going to abide by that.
So I'll give you a prime example. Commissioners can go to the city manager and ask for otherwise documentation that would follow the process of public information request, and that has come up multiple times to where there's a cost to that. They get it for free, but if it's for not a directly related issue, they still get it. So that language was reasonable to say that we can ask for documentation and not have to be drawn down the path of the public information request and create those delays, but rather just ask for the information and be provided it in a timely fashion when a need is for whatever, this table, or that's what that language was for.
Just directly in relation to doing business in regard to collective bargaining and department administration.
So historically, there were some.
I'm sorry, say that again, Jeff.
To dovetail off what John was saying, it's really only in regard to information, documentation related to collective bargaining and administering the fire department, being that the union is a direct stakeholder in the process.
It just makes it the same level. If the commissioner goes to the city manager and says, hey, I need this information, which otherwise would have to go through a long process of public information requests, they are usually provided that information.
Not always, it depends on the information.
Right, and that's why we left this language in there.
Well, I guess section 2 historically was intended to be language of documents that would be provided without having to go through the formal 119 request. Here's where it becomes an issue.
And how is that changed in the changed language?
Well,
How do you feel that we've made it more difficulty for you to get the information that you're asking for?
I think that we just want, here's the issue. The issue
We're
is,
simply acknowledging a process so that everyone knows, because it was not as well defined in the past agreement.
yeah, I think
Just
again,
like throwing in language about the commission. This is an agreement between the city and the union, and the city includes the commission. So now we're going to throw in even more language to an article that, again, the changes were meant to just add clarity. And when I look back at the list, you guys were good with the status quo. So
well, right, but the
if there
status quo
there
in
are
section,
long-standing issues with the communication with the city and the union, why didn't you have proposals last time?
all right, so section 1 historically dealt with copies of documents. Section 2 dealt with other copies. The language that's been added here has nothing to do with the language that previously existed in section 2, which was the city shall provide copies requested from the union and its members for the duration of the contract upon request within a reasonable time. And then now we've gone into a whole procedure that has to be followed with regard to formal communications between the city and the union, which is not what was addressed in section 2 before. So this is a whole new proposal that did not exist in the prior in the status quo language. So if with regard to formal communication, we want to follow all of these, that it's got to be delivered and marked, and its copies have to go to simultaneous people, and it's got to be electronic or email of high importance, or all of that stuff, or hard copies with 2 copies provided by the initiating party, all of that. That's fine, provided that in adding that new language, which was not contained in the status quo, we're understanding that we're not in any way seeking to restrict the lawful communication between the union and the commission, and that we're not going to make these procedures applicable every time there's a communication between the union and the fire chief. I mean, we're really bogging things down because there is no definition of what a formal correspondence is, and if the union is attempting to communicate with the fire chief informally, I don't want them to have to provide 2 hard copies, put it in writing, date and time stamp both copies, receiving party shall sign, date and stamp both copies, just to have an informal communication. So that's all new language that didn't exist, and procedures that didn't exist and weren't mentioned in the status quo agreement. And so from my perspective, I don't necessarily need to know why, but if this is the desire moving forward with regard to communication, I want to make sure that it doesn't impede or discourage informal communication, and secondly, I want to make sure that nothing in this new language is intended to restrict the union's right to communicate with the elected officials.
Well, I guess based on what you just said, you don't want it to restrict informal communication, but it is called formal correspondence.
Yeah, but
So
again,
it's
I don't know which
no
is
way
which.
convicting, there's no conflict there in them having a discussion with the fire chief.
Well, even sending an email to the fire chief, an inquiry or email discussion with the fire chief, according to this, is it become formal once it's written? And if so, do we have to then mark, if it's electronic, mark it as high importance and send it to multiple people, or convert it to hard copy and send it by U.S. mail or interoffice city mail with 2 copies and date stamped? So I just want to make sure that we're not bogging down the lines of communication with this process, which doesn't exist in the status quo language. It's new.
Okay, can we get a few minutes to talk about this?
And here's another thing I'll share with you. The other thing that is of concern, the minute we make particularly with public records that used to be voluntarily provided without the formal request, this particularly comes up in discipline matters where where we're under time limits with regard to processing a grievance and deciding whether to go to arbitration. And sometimes when the union has what the city is looking at, the union can make a decision that we're not going anywhere with this. We're not. Tell the member, here's what this was based on. But
That's covered in a different section.
Well, I don't know that it is. I mean, I don't.
I'm such a mess.
So I think that old Section 2 was intended to make sure that the formal 119 public records process would not have to be used for that list of documents. And that included grievance arbitration results, the contract term, and this goes back, some of this we put it elsewhere in our proposals with regard to notice of policy changes and memos and that kind of stuff. But, so those are our concerns with regard to this.
Yes, I did it. I still, yes, I did it. I still, yes, I did it. I still, yes, I did it. I still.
Okay, we're back. So we had some discussion, and like I said, the language in Section 2 was originally intended to just provide some clarification for some issues that had happened in the past, but we're willing to accept status quo and return to the original language that was in the agreement.
Just a minute.
You already have the original?
No.
And Debbie, is that what's up on the board?
No, I can pull up the original if you like.
No, I'm looking for a list here. It's a note list that I had that I. Yeah, that's one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We can do that status quo.
Okay, so while I'm making corrections here, anything that you guys agree on, I'm going to highlight in yellow, and then if you want stuff deleted to make it status quo, I'm just going to make a notation. This is to go back to status quo. I'm going to do revisions back at City Hall and asking them out to everybody at the end.
Okay.
Does that work, Jim?
Yeah.
That was a lot, say it like that.
All right, the next one, 3, recognition. We're fine with your 125 proposal. And likewise for 4. Oh, recognition you wanted to put into 2 separate articles? Is this the one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, breaking them into 2 separate is fine, I think.
We did say that last session.
But you gave a separate article on the scope of agreement? Oh, yeah, there it is.
But there was no number.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, we're fine with both of those.
And just to make a note, I mean, by the time this is over, the other thing that I would like this contract to flow a little bit better in the articles, how they appear together. So obviously there are some things that just, it makes more sense to group them together.
So you don't want the vacation time after preamble?
You know what I mean? Like vacation time, sick time, like all of those, they should be
Yeah, I agree.
together
I agree.
instead of like just, I don't know, randomly placed within the contract.
Okay,
I'm sorry, can we just go back to 2 for 1 second?
Mhm.
If status quo is fine, if we could just agree that we're going to make the grammatical changes, so anytime it says employer, it will be city, anytime it says employee, it will say member,
yeah, that's
et
fine.
cetera.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't have a response on 5 right now. We're still spending some time on that policy. We had given you union business regarding the electronic bulletin boards on 6.
And just going back to 4, the same thing Stacy said, changing employer to city and employee to member.
Yeah, that's fine. Six is,
Yeah, I didn't put that in the packet. I mean, we don't have any issues with it. We think it's actually a good idea in getting, up to date with things. We want the city to obviously have the right to monitor if there's something that's on there that maybe shouldn't be. And you guys had already agreed that the city could use, I mean, there's mutual benefit to
Yeah,
having
and
it.
it's out in the open, so, I mean, and as officers of the station, you have a responsibility to maintain appropriate, city-appropriate information. So,
I don't have any issues with 6.
Okay, do you need a copy of our proposal?
Yes.
Here.
The only thing I had, John, was,
Hmm.
And we can add language about the, how we want to say it, that recognizing the city's right to monitor.
okay.
We had kept the same review and standard language that had previously applied to hard copy postings on the bulletin board, so.
In terms of the ability to remove inappropriate and all of that stuff.
So, the one item, and I'll ask Bush to talk about this, we had talked about in section 2B, where the union president or vice president is scheduling the union full time. You had mentioned about apparently there's a note field where you want them to indicate which person had approved it.
Oh yeah, so in CrewSense, our scheduling program, there is no secondary authorization for vacation. In other words, the division chief can approve the vacation or disapprove the vacation if it's something that's locked out. According to the contract, it has to be approved by union or vice president. So we just want to be able to make sure that we note in here that is being noted. In other words, that y'all agree that we're going to note who's approving the vacation.
I don't see a problem with that.
Noted in CrewSense, approved by,
Yes. Which we do now,
Yeah.
but just making sure it's clear to the members of why we're doing that, because we're just trying to abide by the contract.
Well, we can walk through, if you want to, walk through whatever changes need to be made to incorporate that. And likewise, I'm not sure, where we want to put the part about.
The notes?
Chief, did you want an actual, I mean, I don't know how, you could just grant administration the right to electronically see to log on, right? And see what's being posted on the board at any time? So we don't, I'm trying to figure out if there's a physical component. Do we need to provide a monitor? Or is it something from,
Are you talking about for
They
the
said-
bulletin board?
They
Yeah.
said they were good with it, how it is.
okay,
He's talking about making a note in CrewSense for item section 2B in Article 6.
Union pool time.
Just to make a physical note in CrewSense.
all right, well,
Who approved it?
Let's
So-
walk her through that note.
Which section?
That'd be section
Article
2B. 2B or not 2B?
To be,
What is the board, all materials?
Like-
listed?
No, keep going up, Debbie.
scheduling, starts with scheduling. Like, could you just add something like, will be noted in, will be noted in CrewSense?
Right, that
Or
be, yeah.
Tracking software or whatever.
Yes. You could do
Okay, Just like a
a
simple
supplement.
sentence right in, right at the bottom.
Absolutely, whatever y'all want.
Me? I don't know.
it'll be,
Go with what you just said. Put them under pressure.
Approved by the
Yeah,
Vice
let me
President
ask you. Here,
on
here,
on a form that,
Now,
No, no, no.
It's electronic.
oh,
So here,
Under the notes section.
okay.
person approving, wait, what are we approving? Union full time will be noted in.
let's do
Yeah,
this.
Somebody make
Hey,
make that more wordy.
Debbie, check it out. A written note will be made
What about written?
in the electronic staffing platform.
Will be made in electronic platform.
Of who approved the union full-time.
Fine. Which we do already anyway, so, but I just want to make sure.
Is that read right?
The union
I
one.
don't know.
Pool.
Union pool.
You guys will know.
E-O-O-O.
New kid looking at that, something, I don't know what that means.
Is that read right?
You're not
Yeah,
pulling
you
it.
didn't read that back.
A
Note, a written
will
note.
be-
All notes are written. But
How about in the notes section,
Sure.
documentation?
Well, what we want is
person approving will be documented in note section.
the person approving.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. So there's a glare. Does anybody have?
This whole thing.
I'll
I'll put my hat back on in a minute.
Full-time.
Will be documented on
Must document their name in
Documented
the
on
electronic platform.
staffing platform, something like that. Just Swisher, where are you?
I'm listening to y'all. I like it.
I don't know. Very easy. This is. This is.
Y'all know what I want.
Don't make me spend
However
more.
y'all want it is up to y'all. I don't really care.
What are you trying to get you to come in here and, you know,
Can you know that the 9?
Where's my will?
you can come in here.
I'm going to
That's not what I want in there.
you a 9
Mm-hmm.
for you to email them.
Okay.
Get that thing in the staffing platform. That sounds logical.
Yep.
I know what that means.
Yeah.
A battalion chief can't even screw that up.
Wait, where do I have to put this?
I don't even know if that's funny.
Anywhere in the staffing platform.
It's just hating on the battalion.
Yeah, that's right. That's good.
Thank you for making that generic, that staffing platform, to change at any time, right? Names of things in there, and then they change.
Anybody else have 5 Word on there or something right now?
I feel like I should be typing everybody else is typing. Should I be typing?
I don't know. So can we just add C under the bulletin board to just specify that the union will post city information also?
Yeah, see? Here's the see. That's a see if they have the material.
Okay, I just sent that to you.
Okay. You want to do the section 3C?
Yeah.
Or-
There is a C.
There is a
It's
C.
actually on the
Yeah.
next page.
Page.
I don't know why there's such a big space in it.
Sorry. I don't know.
Should be a D.
Oh, geez.
I was with there.
Is that already, no, the material which so it'd be section D. The union agrees to put city content
Right.
onto the electronic bulletin board. On request.
Okay, so where's the city content come from? Somebody, you have that?
Yeah.
Somebody?
What?
Somebody will say, hey, put this on.
Upon
the board.
request of the fire chief.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Upon request of the fire chief. That's good.
or designate. I'd put
Or designee. Okay.
On request,
Because honestly, it'll probably be me.
Sure.
fire chief or designate.
Things change.
Thank you.
And I'm from South Florida, so my grammar might be a little bit off, but you might want to put upon request from the fire chief or designee, the union agrees to just,
Yeah.
there's a little Spanglish down there, so I'm not sure. It's good when we're just discussing this.
No, and Jim, I think what you were talking about the board on was, we had a discussion before about putting a board on the admin side. That's what I think you were referring to. But it doesn't matter to me one way or another.
Could you put electronic bulletin board platform?
Electronic bulletin board.
Yeah. Thank you.
Who's going to take that project up, John?
UP.
I'm thinking
UPON.
Somebody on my duty.
that I will be tasked with that.
Because there's probably a way.
And then I'll delegate it to somebody who
Once
knows
you-
more about
once you set it up,
IT.
there's probably a way to get sub-permissions.
Yeah.
I would, but it's not letting me click on it. There's something on there I'm going to fix.
This is the union, so they got this copy, they had to convert it from a PDF, Debbie. so
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
because
It's probably
not
got-
letting me.
Some formatting issues.
Probably got the
Yeah, I
PDF
have to fix it.
gremlins in it.
Wanting to type or do anything in it, trying to take it down. Maybe that's why it was down there so far. No, I didn't do anything.
Well, I mean, we all know what it's supposed to say.
I don't know what it is what you're using, but when I get it, it comes as this windmail. Trying to open it up to blank.
Didn't you have to reopen it? How would you do?
You
something?
resent it the other day and did something different.
Let me try it again.
I can't believe that.
No, I wanted to.
I'm all good. It was supposed to be this very end, but now it's, I don't know what's going
Well, we
on.
didn't do it.
Yeah, but they're already paying. They'll come already paying. I don't know. We can talk
Fix it
about
when I
it.
get back. It won't let me type.
So he just called me to wrap that. That's what I was doing.
The same guy?
It's showing as a Word
Graphics-
attachment here, John.
graphics in it?
I'm going to send it again.
Okay.
I don't know if that's his, I don't know which one I got called. They gave my number then.
Okay, are we done with 6?
Best I can do with it.
I think there were some issues with the 7 that you guys had provided us last time. You didn't provide a clean legislative copy to us of 7. There were some sections that didn't get carried over or something in the old format that you were...
Yeah, we
Okay.
actually didn't, we started talking about that last time, and then I took it off, so I hadn't made any changes for you to review yet.
Okay. Then Article 8. We've got...
This one?
So, of course, I just gave them. So, what we want to add in firefighter rights, we've accepted your changes in the first 2 sections, and we're adding anytime a bargaining unit member is questioned by a supervisor or by a member of city management, and that bargaining unit member has the reasonable belief that discipline or adverse employment action could result from the answers they provide to the questions they are being asked, the member shall have the right to have a union representative present with them during questioning. Those are Weingarten rights, and this is the appropriate place to have them acknowledged in the agreement. Here, give me that back, so I'm taking yours too. So that there's no confusion about when someone is entitled to a union representative and when someone's not. The first section of that, the Firefighter Bill of Rights, encompasses interrogations that surround formal investigations, and there's a whole definition of what a formal investigation is, and that's not really, that's something less than what the U.S. Supreme Court has said union members' rights are when they are questioned and about any matter that could result in discipline or an adverse employment action. If they request a union representative, they're entitled to one if they have the reasonable belief that discipline could result.
No, I have a question on that, on my side of the house. By putting it in the contract, are you now putting that obligation on your member to ask for it? In other words, if they don't ask for it?
You're right. If they don't request it, you're not.
Okay.
I would prefer you guys.
No, I know, we
Right,
always do, but
right,
I'm just
right.
asking.
But no, technically the law says if they never ask it,
I'm just making sure.
that's on the union to educate the members that they need to ask.
Okay,
Yeah.
yep.
I think it's in everybody's best interest to make sure,
Absolutely.
right? So we don't raise
Absolutely.
that issue later.
So how do we break that down, this beautiful run-on sentence, to maybe 2 sentences? 3? Anytime a bargaining unit member is questioned by a supervisor or by a member of city management.
Actually, hold on, John. Could we get a minute on this one?
Sure. Yeah.
Send it to me.
Now, I think I should have opened the door that they were in direct line with. I think I threw them off the path.
Are we waiting?
No.
No.
No, I don't know where he went.
Okay.
Disappeared en route.
So I guess the first question here would be why you feel that that sentence needs to be added, given the first sentence, which clearly defines, I believe, the firefighter's rights, stating that statute.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The statute is more limiting than the rights that the Supreme Court granted in the Weingarten decision. So Firefighter Bill of Rights, for whatever reason, was written to include and only interrogations related to what it defines as formal investigations. There's a whole definition of what constitutes. That's not what the U.S. Supreme Court said. In 1967, 69, the Supreme Court said what this says, which is anytime an employee is being questioned and has the reasonable belief that discipline or adverse employment action could arise from the questioning, they have a right to a union rep. Period. Whether it's formal, informal, fact-finding, whatever it is, if they're being questioned and they have the reasonable belief that discipline or adverse employment action could result under Weingarten, they have a right to a union rep. So there's some other procedural components of the Firefighter Bill of Rights that are worth keeping in the agreement and recognizing that both sides agree to abide by. But this is another right that I think is important to make sure that we codify in the collective bargaining agreement so that there's no misunderstanding about it and when somebody is entitled and not entitled to a union rep. So this is a broader right. As it relates to questioning and interrogations, it's a broader right than is granted within the Firefighter Bill of Rights.
So is there something that has prompted a concern?
No, I don't think so here, but we also don't want it to become one. We want it, sometimes we get, because of the language of the Bill of Rights, there becomes, misunderstandings can develop in which administrations or city attorneys or human resources begin to believe the only time that they're entitled, that they're obligated to provide a union rep is if it's a formal investigation. And that's really not what the U.S. Supreme Court has said. Now, I would be fine with saying investigation for disciplinary action shall be conducted pursuant to Florida Statute 11280 through 11284, commonly known as Firefighter Bill of Rights, and rights granted under the U.S. Supreme Court's Weingarten decision. That would be fine as well.
Which is current.
Yes, the state of the law, but rather than having an argument with someone about whether it applies or is more or less limiting the Bill of Rights, we just both recognize it now and put it in the agreement that this is we're agreeing to abide by that, which is why I think it's even better to spell it out the way I've spelled it out here, so there's no confusion among anybody who would be in a position to conduct an interrogation of an employee, and from the employee covered by the agreement to understand what rights they do and don't have.
So I would prefer to do it that way than to get into wording that could potentially become more confusing than the law.
Yeah, it's covered by the U.S. Supreme Court as it relates to one.
So just for practical purposes, operationally speaking, as a supervisor, this is helpful for me because now I know when I'm supervising an employee and I have a situation, I have a reference outside of just like legalese. I can just go to the union contract and go, okay, this is what I need to do. So just, if you want to take that into consideration.
What's that paragraph on?
And it's built into the promotional exam process as well. So,
What's paragraph?
I mean, it just falls in line with that too.
Can you scroll down a little?
Scroll down?
Yeah, isn't there another thing you guys added?
He needs to see the first
Oh.
paragraph.
Sorry, guys.
No, I think you're.
Am I in the wrong one?
Right there, that's it. Well, we could, again, another way to do it would be to say investigation for different, we could pursue it to our statute, commonly known as Firefighter Bill of Rights, and just and in accordance with rights granted under the United States Supreme Court's
I just had it up and I lost it.
Weingarten, I believe it's W-E-I-N.
I just had it up.
Is it W-E-I-N-G-A-R-T-E-N?
T-E-N, yeah, Weingarten. Yeah, W-E-I-N-G-A-R-T-E-N. And I said 60s, it was a 75.
74, yeah.
Weingarten decision. Yeah, and then you can just take out the third paragraph. That gets it done.
Courts has an apostrophe.
Yeah, courts should have an apostrophe S.
It is German.
Yeah.
Did you have a date on that? Do you want to date that?
No. It's 1975. I said 69. I had that wrong.
1965.
Yeah, 1975 decision. You can say 1975 decision.
Has there been any updates or anything? Because I can't look that up.
Well, that's why I'm wondering, do we even want to put it? Because what if it updates between now and
Yeah.
then?
Well, I don't, it would take another, it would take another case like that, getting all the way to the Supreme Court. I don't see that happening over. I think this is considered well-settled law. I haven't seen it touched since.
For me, this brings up a topic more important to me is in the glossary. I agree with John. Then we need to look at definitions for formal investigation, non-formal investigation, and
I think they are that.
Well, they're defined in the Firefighter Bill of
Yeah.
Rights. But again, where that becomes problematic is some administrations begin to believe that the only time you're entitled to a union rep is when it
Nope, I
has
get
made
it.
its way to a formal, because that's kind of what the Bill of Rights says, but that's not what the U.S. Supreme Court has said.
Do you want to define like formal
I just want a
communication and
definition
stuff?
that we all agree on because yes, it is defined in the law, but then we have debate of what the law means.
Well, I'd prefer, this just says for disciplinary actions, period.
We can look at it, whatever.
It says we conducted pursuant to the Bill of Rights and to the rights granted under the line guard. It doesn't matter if it's formal, informal.
Oh, I'm not talking about
I
when
don't
we
think
give them
that's
the
a
right.
question.
I'm talking about when do we consider formal versus non-formal. That's what I'm. So let's say we're talking about a disciplinary investigation, right? And I'm getting ready to discipline somebody, or I'm getting ready to investigate. Somebody comes with me a complaint. My first thing is, hey, let's gather some non-formal investigative material, see if the complaint is even valid. But some might say, well, that's a formal investigation.
The Bill of Rights says the moment you get to the point that you have determined that disciplinary action could result, that a policy violation has occurred, in your investigation, you're coming along and you reach the point in your fact finding that you believe a policy violation has occurred, and that this person now that's a formal investigation from that point forward. Up until then, when you're operating under, I don't know what happened, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it, that's all informal, right? Fact finding or informal. The minute you reach a point in that investigation, you say, you know what? This looks like this employee committed this
I
infraction.
wholeheartedly agree with you.
That's formal, and you move forward.
Yes,
You want to put something like that in
I
there?
would like to. Yes,
That's in the glossary, right?
yes,
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
absolutely.
I'll put a note right now.
See what we
All
can
right.
look at.
I already have
So
it.
if we put a note to come back to the glossary on that, are we fine with this language?
I think, so I'm fine with it, but not fine to TA it right now because I
Okay.
want to go back and reread Weingarten
Okay.
and all that. But yeah, so can we just leave it there, Stacy,
Yep.
for now and then come back?
I'm fine.
Go ahead.
We have a question concerning the period of time that an employee has to get union representation.
Well, I mean, I think the case law says that they have to be given, the union has to be given a reasonable time to get a union rep there. On the flip side of that, the union can't hold up an investigation, unduly hold up an investigation, while waiting on a specific rep or whatever. But we also can't say that you got 30 minutes to get a rep here and there's no rep available and there's not one on duty and you're trying to get somebody to come in from off duty. You have to provide a reasonable time for them to secure a
What would be
representative.
your idea? I mean, we are in kind of a time-sensitive job.
Well, I think,
And
do you
another-
guys operate with stewards on shifts?
So, we do, they're not all on each shift. We do have stewards that have been passed along, but the problem we're facing is, which we were trying to do, was bring in duty of fair representation classes so that we can get all the stewards up to date on their duty of fair representation. Honestly, I don't know where we're at with that, with everything got put on hold with like spending money on it. So yeah, we're not up to date. So we only have a few guys that actually have the
So
duty
those
of fair
guys might not be on shift.
Right,
So
and we do
How do
pay
we
them.
just,
We give them like time off and stuff to run and come in. Have we had a big problem with them getting in here?
No, but,
just trying to clarify.
Yeah, so my goal is to, like, get those stewards trained. We already talked to the guy. Unfortunately, it was gonna come from, training. So, because he had other things to discuss, but, I don't know what a reasonable time for you guys would be. What would be?
Could we say that the union will provide a representative within an hour, absent exigent circumstances? Can we get a rep to the city in an hour?
I think 2 hours.
well, I got a
2
question
hours?
about it. Is there ability to do with modern technology? Can we do phone conference or?
No.
We had to?
When have we ever had to get
We
a
haven't,
rep
I'm just
within an
asking.
hour?
No, I don't.
Usually we don't schedule a
just
meeting
asking,
for
I
at
don't
least
know.
a day. Right?
Huh?
Usually my past experience with us is if we know we need somebody and they're gonna come in, they need a rep, we always schedule it, and it's never that same day. I don't think we've ever done one that same day, but I would have to ask you that.
Well, I think Chris is bringing this up because you guys brought up the fact about that they can ask for a rep at any time. So let's say if somebody's,
Yeah, we can't stop them, but,
right, so let's
Well-
say that somebody's, hey, John, you're late today. Well, I know I need a union rep, and I think this
No.
is discipline.
Okay.
I
so
don't
they
want a union
refuse it
rep.
at first.
All right, but let's, and the members have to get educated about this too. They only are entitled to a union rep when they're being questioned. Right? If they're being given a counseling form, they're not being asked anything.
Okay,
They don't have to be given a union rep. Now, if they're being required to provide a written statement, if they're being asked questions, what the employee should learn to do is to say, somebody says, hey, come in, I want to ask you something. The first thing out of their mouth should be, hey, I don't know what this is about, but is there any chance I could be disciplined as a
right.
result of this?
And they're pretty good about that.
Okay, and if the answer is yes or maybe, then they should say, I'd like a union rep, because they're either being questioned. But in terms of just receiving a counseling form, or, I mean, I guess, while most investigations do include at some point interrogating the person involved, I guess not all of them necessarily have to.
Correct.
Right? There's investigations that
It is what it is.
it is what it is, right?
Would you-
I don't need to ask you any questions, right?
And I'm sure I believe we're going to definitely get into it later, but the matrix has a clear line of distinction between what is disciplinary action and what is coaching counseling. Like it's very clear about
What
that.
would be like, I'm trying to grasp where we haven't, so would it be a shift? Would,
I'm
like,
not-
by the next shift?
I'm not worried about
Would
anything
that
that's
help?
happened in the past or anything, but I am worried about because,
Future.
yes,
So like, would the next shift, like have somebody because I don't really know of an example I can even run through my head that we would need it in an hour. But do you think by the next shift? But then what happens if,
the formal investigations I don't have an issue with, but now that you brought up the wine garden and people, if we do have people who start saying, I want to rep, that's,
right, so where do you want to go with that? Like the
I
next
don't know.
shift?
I don't know, that's what I'm
We're
throwing
throwing
out.
that to you guys.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is a reasonable time? And in some organizations, you may not have a shop steward on, so another union member
Right,
sits in.
Yeah.
we do
Is that reasonable?
We do that too.
Usually
But you
past,
try not
past
to,
officers.
because you want the person.
Yeah, you
to
want to have somebody understanding of what.
Unless
And that's understandable, I get it.
like I'll have you know how I work it. If somebody is just getting a conversation about what happened or something, I can send anybody in there. But when it really comes to their being formally questioned with the paperwork and signing, hey, you know, if you lie, blah, 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 usually we get somebody that's had the class. So,
Yeah, I don't think to this date we've had an issue with any of it, to be honest with you, since we've been here, to be honest,
So-
but I'm just,
I would throw it at you. I mean, I'm not throwing it back at you because I can't really think, but just get back, go with the chief and ask him what he thinks a reasonable time frame is, and then let me know.
Yeah, I'd say,
Well, there's always somebody around the station. So if you
Yeah, and
don't
we
have
do
a
that
D-
now.
if you don't have a DVP or a shop steward on
Right.
duty, agreeing that, you know, one of the other members can sit in with him.
We do that now. I just don't know if it would be proven when he's signing.
what I don't want, though, is in a situation where it's a serious infraction or serious discipline,
Right.
for the city to say, well, we're not waiting, use this new kid that's been here on his second shift, he's your union rep. The city says, no, he's your union rep. This guy doesn't know.
Right, and that's what I say, I've
Any of
never
them.
had a problem with formal stuff because we schedule all that stuff.
So like, and so if you want to protect it, because I can't really throw something in the wheelhouse that hasn't happened yet. If you guys think of like a situation or a time frame, one shift or.
Yeah, I'd say maybe we can do it as a matter of hours if it's informal or fact-finding, but if it's already moved to the formal stage, we do it within a shift.
Do you have somebody on call on the union?
They're all volunteers, so they're not on.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah, Johnny V's
on
on
call.
call.
Yeah, right.
I basically-
Just ask the members.
We have had a really good relationship to where we schedule everything, and then I'll be like, oh, he's on vacation, and we'll go down the list. And then we kind of, okay, so can this be something where they're not signing a piece of paper that says that they have to, you know, it becomes extremely formal. That's when I like to send in a guy that has the duty of fair representation. Any other time we just use somebody that's there.
So when it goes back to what Bush said and actually Jim on the definitions, when it goes from fact finding,
Right.
even if this is formal or not, a complaint from a citizen or whatever it might be, and you have a firefighter, you have an employee say, as soon as they walk in there,
Yeah.
you know, I want my union rep, and you're like, I'm just fact finding. And then all of a sudden they can wait 2 hours or a shift before we can get back to the citizen. Let's just say it's a citizen complaint. Now we're putting an hour, 2 hours, a whole shift on fact finding, because if it's nothing,
No, I
Hopefully
think.
nobody's just walking in the
well-
station making an open verbal complaint without.
No, even if it's
right?
fact-finding, I think that we want to make sure that they have a union rep, and it shouldn't be so urgent that we can't wait an hour or two to get a rep there. But if you've already gotten down the road in the informal or the fact-finding, and a determination's been made that some policy was violated here, then it sounds like we're already scheduling those things anyway.
Yeah,
and
I wrote a letter, make it a. an
Okay,
official
and so then
form.
we'd have, say, a shift to get
I guess
make sure we have a
worried about
trained
is if
rep
we
there.
started educating employees, which I'm not saying you shouldn't educate employees, no, I'm saying, so don't take it
No,
wrong
right.
here. But when they start going, oh, because, every time you bring up a new article language, and they're going to be more into it, right? Like, oh, okay, I need to know this. So now all of a sudden, and I'm going to use my late one, this is my worry. They're late. They know they've been late more than once. So they're like, now it's going to be increased discipline. You see what I'm saying? So it's not just the fact that you were late. So because it's an increase in discipline, is that one still okay? Just
But
to
Chief,
be-
you're not asking them any questions.
Okay. All right. Then
There's-
I'm good with it.
I don't need to have
Okay.
any input from you.
I'm just making
The
sure
clock,
that that's
the
what we're
clock
talking
tells
about.
the story.
Okay.
You weren't here on time. Here's your discipline. Have a nice
And then
day.
it's agreement. It's up to them. For
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They can't hold up the. if
Yeah,
they
yeah,
have
I'm good with
somebody-
it then. Yeah.
Because there's no investigation to conduct there, right?
Absolutely.
And that's
No, I'm-
pretty much what we've been doing.
But you know as well as I
Yeah,
do, some
right.
people like to twist it. So.
And I've always been there to stop it.
Yeah.
You know that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Problem with 2 hours.
All right, so you want to come back to this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Come back whenever you.
All right, so 9 policies.
Find it, that's.
Did you email that?
It didn't work.
The second time didn't work either?
No.
What the heck?
Is it just a piece of language that you could put?
No,
In
it's a
the
whole
email itself?
No, it's a whole article. I don't know why it's.
We were having some technical issues.
I don't know
It
why
happened the
it's
other
doing
day.
that.
He sends things to me as an attachment, and it's supposed to be a Word document, but it comes through as like it comes in as like some blank paper document.
Blank.
Well, yeah,
It doesn't come in as a
it
Word
shows on
document.
my end that it's going out as a Word document. When he gets it, it converts to a different format.
Is that an
Whatever I
apple?
came up with.
Yeah,
Win
did you
that.
actually-
Win.
Oh.
That. Win
Oh.
or something.
Do you have
Is
an
that
apple?
That's
Do you have
why.
That's why.
You don't have Word.
I have Word and
Have
everything.
you tried
in here.
opening Word and then opening that attachment?
So if you had ever gotten an attachment that was Word and you clicked Windows.
John's like, how'd this get to be my fault?
It's gonna open it every single time in Windows.
Word's already open.
So listen, if
Okay,
you
now,
have received
go
a
in,
document.
wait a minute, go into Word
Yes.
and see if you, can you save that, what I gave you to your desktop, and then go see if you can open it from
Open
there?
as, open
You
window.
know,
Or, I tell you what,
you received the document.
forward it to her.
Can't.
Told the computer
I don't
to
have-
open the.
Oh.
My computer, I don't have email.
Oh,
It's on the
God.
computer.
So it wouldn't matter anyway.
Wouldn't matter anyway.
Hey,
You want me to print it?
Okay.
Where you looking?
do you have it just, do you have it just as an article, Jim?
Yeah, I do,
Here,
but,
if you want to give it to her, she's got the USB, you can put on her USB. Just the attachment.
That's unfortunate.
Is it just one article?
yeah.
All right, let me-
Because I realize you probably don't want to give, a whole contract or whatever, but
And we do it article by article.
Or you can email
Yeah.
it to me, and then when I go back to the office,
We don't.
I can insert.
well, I think we're trying to throw it up on the.
What's on this? Let me,
Yeah, I just got this
I think we have
computer
blank
too, and I was on a Zoom
We all
meeting the
have
other night,
They're
and
only related to this.
tried to share my screen, and it had a privacy setting on it that I couldn't figure out on the fly, so I had to ask. I just had to open it up to anybody because it was like a team thing. So they opened it. It was fine. I'm still learning.
Well, just as soon as you figure it out, then it changes. Like the other day, my MDT somehow got switched to tablet, but now I know how to fix that when I have it.
Oh, because like detachable.
It's not.
Tablet mode?
It's the MDTs that we have in the truck. I have the same one in my truck.
Oh, because I have touchscreen
Yeah.
capability.
So when it updated, it got switched over to tablet, and so it looks nothing like the desktop anymore, and all your stuff that was on the desktop is gone. Because now it's in tablet mode, so all the apps show.
But I remember I
Oh
was
my
on
God,
the
it
rescue
was a
one
nightmare.
night. I was on rescue one night, and I had the tablet, MD, whatever. I'm trying to write this report, and the keyboard's not working for nothing. It took me like an hour. It's 3 o'clock in
That's
the
the
morning.
tablet.
Oh, that's the other tab. You
Yeah,
gotta do a
but
replug.
it has a detachable thing.
You gotta
Yes.
replug and unplug.
So what? Yeah, that's what
Oh,
I
yeah.
ended. After an hour,
Oh, yeah.
about to lose my mind, I was like, "Fine, I'll just do it on the touchscreen." I took it off and put it back on.
There's a connection issue, or it's added to the same thing. I mean, probably 3 times in a ship.
It was so frustrating.
why isn't this?
Like I said, technology's great,
Uh-oh.
so it's not.
Mm-hmm.
I bet it's going needs more.
Yeah, I'll work that map.
Just make a hard copy.
USNG.
You got a lettuce card?
Correct.
Like the hydroponic
Yeah,
one?
correct. I have 2 of them.
Oh my god. I need to hook Judy up to it. She's
It's
dying
a-
to have one.
Yeah, it's out of hand. We got lettuce.
Wow, I gotta do this.
Bushel. There's lettuce. Yeah, we had a bushel of lettuce.
Judy wants that so bad. She's
So this one comes with like 12 or 24 holes. I can't remember which one. But so Cheryl, not knowing what she was doing, which I didn't either, obviously, but she filled all the holes with lettuce and one of them with all the tomatoes. You're supposed to do like 3 of those 12 or 24 holes. And so it's just, I mean, it's kind of just bushes. They're just lettuce, tomatoes. No,
Nice.
no fruit, just the trees.
lots of greenery.
Yeah, I like lettuce. Very green.
Yeah, Judy's got some specific ones she wants to order. She hasn't pulled the trigger
There's
yet.
there's a few different ones. I don't know.
Do you guys have it inside the house?
Mm-hmm.
Does it create mold in there?
I hope not.
I don't know how long you've had it.
2 months.
I would think you would know by now.
Yeah, it seems. I'm not looking.
Just
at
from the
her.
moisture, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. She's got the
Hero garden.
Okay, so with regard to Article 9 policies, last time, we got into a fairly lengthy discussion about kind of parsing out which policies have to be bargained and which ones would go through this joint policy committee and that whole structure. And our concern over that whole thing was based on the language that was here, that we were not kind of a negotiating way or waiving our right to bargain those policies, whether they be city or fire department, that address or impact wages, hours, terms, conditions of employment. So To kind of simplify this, our proposal accepts your changes in section 1, and then in section 2, we've pretty much for the rest of the agreement done a strike through and inserted new language that parses this out into 2 groups. So we're saying for city or fire department policies.
Sorry, existing, right now?
Yeah, it should probably say existing. For city or fire department policies that address or impact wages, hours, and/or terms and conditions of employment for bargaining unit members. The city agrees to provide Local 2913 with copies of any newly proposed city or fire department policies, procedures, rules, or regulations, as well as any proposed change to any existing city, and it should say or, not of, or fire department policy. Third line, third word in should be or. Should say existing
Is it
city.
on here?
Yeah, existing, change that to existing. And then this city or fire department, not of. Or fire department policy, procedure, rule, or regulation that addresses or impacts wages, hours, and/or terms and conditions of employment for bargaining unit members at least 30 days prior to the desired implementation date of the new policy or change. The union shall have 30 days in which to provide the city with a demand to bargain. It should say bargain, not bargaining. Yeah, you're right. There, you just change that to bargain. Over the new rule, regulation, policy, or procedure. If the policy, procedure, rule, or regulation addresses a mandatory subject to bargaining, the city shall postpone implementation of the new policy or change until such time as the complete bargaining process, as is provided for in Chapter 447 Florida statutes, has been completed. Should the policy, procedure, rule, or regulation address a permissive subject of bargaining for which the union has identified negotiable impacts, the city may move forward with the implementation provided the city engages in good faith bargaining with the union over those identified impacts. So we first set aside any city or fire department policy that addresses or impacts wages, hours, terms, and conditions of employment, and then kind of put those into 2 subgroups. One, mandatory subjects of bargaining, how those will be handled, in permissive subjects. And then kind of based on our discussion last time, B is for city or fire department policies that do not address or impact wages, hours, and/or terms and conditions of employment for bargaining unit members. For newly proposed fire department policy, procedure, rules, or regulations that do not address or impact wages, hours, and/or terms and conditions of employment, but rather are operational in nature, the fire chief with the union president may establish a joint policy committee. The joint policy committee shall work to review and provide feedback and suggested changes to these operational rules, regulations, policies, and procedures. So the role of the joint policy committee would be limited to review and feedback on either new or changes to operational policies, procedures, rules, and regulations, and to provide feedback to the fire chief. And then section 3, if you could move that up a little bit, we've added a section 3, which I think used to be addressed elsewhere in the agreement. Memos, fire department memos shall be honored and applicable for 1 year from the date issued. I guess the policy has been that after a year, those memos get moved into policy or whatever.
Or not.
Or not. And then, so the rest of this language would then be strike through. So rather than get into how the joint policy committee works and who's on it and time limits for all of that, that can be established because we're talking about review and feedback on operational policies
I
and
have a question
procedures.
about memos.
Yeah.
On the face, me personally, Stacy, I don't have an issue with it on the face, but memos, I just want to make sure, because it is in a policy, I believe, but I don't know if it's in a contract, that's a memo. It's in our policy,
It's in
right?
Article 2 that we agreed to keep status quo.
Oh, is it? Well, I just want to make sure that we don't eliminate I'll give you an example. Promotional list. We put promotional list on memos, and the promotional list goes for 2 to 3 years, depending on what rank it is currently. I want to make sure that promotional list is still, that memo is still able to be used for promote. You see what I'm
Yeah,
I think it says unless otherwise, good for a year unless otherwise.
I'm just
noted
making
or
sure
something
whatever
like that.
language you put in there.
Yeah, I mean,
It's the
we're,
current language that we use.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but I want somebody that's in my seat later down the road.
Yeah,
Oh, no, well, this says 1 year, and
We retested, that would be number 1. Sorry.
Yeah, it says the memo is only valid for 1 year after initial issue. We can say, that
And it may not be a problem on y'all's side, I don't know, just throwing it out there.
it's not intended to shorten the life of any
Right.
promotional list, right? So that's our counter proposal. I think that this is a more practical way to approach these and parse these out based on kind of what the law says and to differentiate those policies that the union has a right to bargain over and those that they don't. And what their involvement would be if we're not talking about wages, hours, terms, and conditions of employment, would be through the Joint Policy Committee, and it would be to provide feedback and clarification for the fire chief. And that policy could be established by the chief and the union president, however they deem to set it up.
No, I didn't know about that.
I just want to make sure again that no language change that we're doing here or language expansion can be read by somebody at a later date to say, well, no, you waived your right to bargain. You subrogated all of that to this Joint Policy Committee, and we want to make sure that we're not doing that. So this is our counter proposal on 9.
Do you guys have a hard copy of that?
All except the section 3. I don't have that printed. The rest of the language I do.
Okay, Sean, a little bit. That's good, thank you. So why did you take out all of the information regarding the process for acknowledging new policies?
Because all of that had to do with the Joint
Joint
Policy Committee.
the Top of the second page. I think part of what motivated us to go this direction was based on the context of the conversation as well in the last meeting. We wanted to clarify, the Joint Policy Committee is not a union committee. It's a committee of City of Deltona employees who are firefighters of the fire department.
Okay.
And then you have the union president and the fire chief come together and work on the final approval. Where the previous language had the obligation of reporting to the city on the policy committee itself.
And it didn't parse
So
out.
we weren't sure.
It said all rules, regulations, standard operating procedures, all of them. We're going to go through this Joint Policy Committee process, and we want to make clear that that's not the case. That's not the appropriate
Okay.
procedure if we're talking about a city or fire department policy that has to do with wages, hours, terms, and conditions over negotiable subjects. We want to make sure that the union retains the right to review and, if appropriate, demand bargaining over those issues, and that nothing that we do in this article is read by someone else to say, no, you gave up that right in Article 9. You said this process through the joint committee would be utilized for all of these things.
Okay, well, a couple of things. Perhaps it's just a better defining of the Joint Policy Committee and what happens with those policies. But the intent is that the policies that come from the fire department go to the city manager and continue on the approval process, just like every other policy, which in terms of, what you're saying here, you're looking for that assurance that we're not changing a policy that impacts your rights, correct? The city is also making sure that the department isn't passing a policy that doesn't go the direction that the city wants them to.
But those are internal between the fire department and the city. It really doesn't involve the union in terms of that process that happens on your side, within the city side, of what happens with those procedures and how they're developed and reviewed is 100%
I
for
don't
the city to
disagree,
do.
but the waters are very muddy at this point.
Right, which is, our goal here was to try to clear this up in terms of the union's involvement this way.
Now, I'm saying there are current policies that have been put in place that haven't necessarily been blessed by the city.
Right.
The policy committee, like the people on it, me, I'm one of them, like, we're not approving anything. We're approving it to go to see the fire chief.
I got you.
We're not making
Right.
decisions.
And then
So
from
anything
there,
that
it, right.
is approved by, that you're talking about.
You're taking it up the chain.
Yeah,
I
the ones you're
understand
talking
that.
about aren't from us, per se.
Not,
With suggestions
nothing
that
in
went
this
to the fire
language
chief.
prevents the city from doing what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like,
what-
whether or not it's
we-
approved by the city hall is.
We just want to
y'all's
make sure
business.
that
Yeah, I'm
a
confused.
policy change
I
on
don't get it.
whatever it is, bereavement leave or vacation or light duty, doesn't go to the policy committee to the fire chief and up the chain, and when it gets to the city manager says, no, the union already approved this. No. From our perspective, that policy committee, those types of policies shouldn't be reviewed by the policy committee.
You said it happened already?
Yeah,
Or it
like
did
what,
happen?
what is the muddied waters? I'm confused because that doesn't make any sense to me. I've been doing this a long time. What waters are muddied?
You got 3 different categories of department policies.
We do?
Yeah, off the top of your head, do you remember? There's
But what is, our department policies, you just said the city policies and the department policies conflict. And the waters are
I don't know
muddy
if they
between them.
necessarily
I don't
conflict.
think,
Right,
I'm
so-
confused which one.
Okay, so let's say, because this has happened, the department decides that they're going to change how people can use their sick leave, but that hasn't been approved by the city. So now you have the city that holds the contract with the union, right, that
But
has,
they can't do that because it's in the contract.
okay, which is what I'm trying to prevent.
But
But
some,
it's in the contract. They
But-
can't. You can't, it's prevented.
what's prevented?
They can't change how you.
We're having a policy to change our
It's in there.
use of sick leave.
But let's say something's not clear in the contract.
Right.
It's not mentioned. It's always been carried in a policy, right?
Got it.
So this would assure that if that was going to change,
Oh, no,
the
no.
union would get a copy of the
I
change 30
understand
days.
that. I'm saying right now, I'm confused at what policies that,
The city manager you said wasn't happy with, or
Like-
right?
No, there are
I
a
don't
few
know.
that do impact benefits, essentially, or how benefits are used, that are normally handled under the collective bargaining agreement, that have become policies of the department.
Because I don't recall doing any changes in city policy or being on the policy committee that had anything to do with
right,
any of
what
that.
policies?
And it may have nothing to do with the joint committee.
That's probably the case. Then.
There you go.
Well, that's why
I don't recall doing that.
It got separated, because some things don't have, like, if anything, I think this
No, I
language-
understand what you're
language
doing
supports
there.
where you're trying to go.
I understand what you're doing there. I understand taking out the language for the department role in relation to working with the city on passing the policies. Fine with that.
But what policies exist that we're talking about so that we have a better comprehension of what we're trying to fix? Because the process that we have of moving towards policies has no effect on what you're saying. But you're saying that there's been changes in policies that directly affect wages and benefits that are in the contract, which, if that happens,
It's a violation of the contract.
it's a violation of the contract. So I'm kind of confused that which ones they are now that you brought them up. I really would really like
Okay,
to know.
I'll get some examples for you.
Well, I mean, yeah, that would be awesome because I can see this, maybe the city doesn't want like when you had discussed approving events, I can see the city changing their mind on approving events, and there was a policy in place, but that policy was vetted it wasn't changed by the fire department, it was changed by the entire group. So is that what we're discussing? Because if there's things in a contract like sick time, you can't just arbitrarily make a policy that changes sick time or wage or any of those things. That's not something that can happen. And that's never happened with the committee. The committee was a streamlined group. Maybe that's what the fundamental concept of the committee is being misconstrued, because the policies of the fire department needed a complete overhaul and review. And we all agreed on this, and we all tried to make it as quick and seamless as possible without doing exactly what you said, which is take every single policy and go through all the way up City Hall and all the way back when it comes to 3-inch hose and 4-inch hose.
That's a department policy
Yeah.
on how you operate.
Right.
When you talk about, so you mentioned
when
events.
this doesn't, you're just saying policies.
But okay, events is one. You mentioned events. That would be one where you're saying the department has a policy, but the city has a policy on how those events can take place on city streets. So we need to ensure that they are,
yeah.
you mentioned that.
We don't have an
Those-
events policy.
What I'm saying is
Not
that,
aware.
is that one of the issues you guys are having, that maybe you're misconstruing city
Yeah.
policy versus
We,
No.
we definitely don't have a policy on
a
events or anything of that nature.
practice
I'm aware
that
of.
we do,
I just
rather
used
than
that
a
as
policy.
an example.
I don't-
That's
I
what I
don't
said, events. I will get you examples.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
'cause
in
really,
terms
I
of, in
appreciate
terms
it.
of the other items that were stricken, it's actually stuff that was in the original, and it's just
Right.
good practice that when a policy changes, you have everyone read it, understand it, and acknowledge that they received the change.
But who are we talking about? Everybody receive it?
Members.
Well, that's a departmental, sending policy changes out to members for them to approve it. Again, that has nothing to do with the union. Unless there's a bargainable impact, or it addresses a mandatory subject of bargaining. So of course, policies once a year or whatever, new policies are going to be sent to all employees. That has nothing to do with the union. And the department sends them out and has a policy that says you've got to acknowledge this, read it in your email, and acknowledge that you've reviewed it. That has nothing to do with,
Fundamentally, the
I mean,
policy.
that has
That's a
nothing.
department policy. You
Yeah.
go back to something like which size hose you, that's a department policy. I'm talking about city policies now,
We don't.
where every single employee is going to sign off on a change.
Well,
So are you saying that members are going to follow HR policy when it comes to that?
sure,
Okay.
provided when that policy was changed, if it dealt with a mandatory or permissive subject to bargaining, the union was provided a copy of it before implementation and provided the opportunity to demand bargaining over it. If they didn't demand bargaining over it, then the city is free to move forward with implementing it and sending it out to employees and say you got to abide by it. But if the union has demanded bargaining over that policy after being provided a copy of it, then if it's a mandatory subject, you would withhold implementing that policy until the bargaining process is done. If it were a permissive subject for which the union has just identified the impacts, the city could move forward with implementing it and the union would concurrently negotiate the impacts.
So you're saying number 4, what Stacy's talking about, the distribution of new policies, et cetera, will be, I don't know if Debbie can pull that up there so we can go back and forth, but you're saying this can be reduced to a internal policy via the city? That can be a city
Yes,
policy?
provided we've got assurances that if there are policy changes that address or impact just what I have there, that they come to the union 30 days before implementation with the opportunity to demand bargaining and an understanding that if it's a policy that's addressing a mandatory subject to bargaining and there is a demand to bargain issued by the union, the city will withhold implementing that policy until the bargaining process is complete. At least as it relates to bargaining unit members. What the city does with the rest of the employees in the city is right, we have no control over. And then with regard to other policies that are not related to wages, hours, and terms, conditions, we have no objection to the fire chief and the union establishing a joint policy committee as currently exists to review them and provide feedback on them.
Yeah, that policy committee was never to change city. It was to streamline I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what the committee was. The committee was formed, basically, we were faced with policies that really, they needed review, right?
From the 90s.
Right. So what we did is the process that you're now outlining of all the way up and all the way back is the reason why they were outdated for so long, is because sometimes they don't come back in a timely fashion. Because they really have, people are reading them and like, well, the hell, I have anything to do with this. So what we did is we got a firefighter, an engineer, a lieutenant, administration, and we all sat down at the table and we looked at the changes, and if somebody saw something that might be a little bit crazy, we were like, well, what do you think about that? And we roundtabled it, and then it went through the normal process. That committee isn't to replace anything. It was just to basically speed up the process so that we could, fairly for everybody, review more policies than we were historically doing in a period of time, right?
Can we have 5 minutes?
Sure.
So that's what we would do. Or maybe you could.
I think this is a step in the right direction, but we would like some more time to review this.
Okay. All right, the next, drug testing, we're still reviewing that policy, so we don't have anything back. You gave us 11, Article 11, civil emergencies on the 25th, and we're fine with your language.
Okay?
You gave us 12 contracting out on the 25th, and we're fine with that language. Operational reserves is one that we discussed as kind of obsolete. We really don't have operational reserves, but in our discussions, we've talked about introducing some language to plug in here, because I think let's wait till the chief gets back. But I believe the city's moving, as many fire departments are right now, into hiring single certified, we call them single certs, or just paramedics, and then sending them to fire school.
Yeah, Bush had talked about that
Right.
at the last meeting, it's kind of an overview of that.
So I think we need to address how that system will work in this article.
Okay.
Like what their pay rate will be, how they'll be utilized, and more importantly, how they will not be utilized during the time, because we may hire them and it may be 2 months before we can get them into fire school. So we would hire them into the bargaining unit position so that they can participate in the pension plan. They'd be hired as firefighter paramedics with an understanding that they have yet to go to school. Would not pay them, we'd pay them something less, we'd have to discuss something less than starting firefighter pay until they complete their minimum standards fire training. We'd give them a set amount of time in which to complete and pass their minimum standards, 12 or 18 months. During the time that they are on shift, awaiting to go to school, or let's say school's Monday through Friday and their shift falls on Saturday, they would still come to work on their shift. But how they would be utilized would be as a third person. If they're a paramedic and they've been released by the medical director in Volusia County, then they could serve in a role as a paramedic on the ambulance, but as a third person, not as a second crew member. So they would be assigned a shift once they complete their new hire orientation. They'd be able to attend school while on duty. But if school is a daytime school, they finish their school, they come back to shift and finish the rest of the shift if it was a shift day.
You're talking about single certs?
Yeah.
And that's if and when there's a schedule conflict. Like, it doesn't mean they're always going to go on duty.
Yeah, right. On their days off, if they're required to go to school, they go to school. So our thought is to use this article to frame that stuff out on how they'll be utilized, the time frames,
You want us to?
No. I mean, we've got some framework. We'll bring this back.
From that letter I gave you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that says kind of how we'll use them, how we'll not use them, how
Trainings.
Yeah.
trainings.
Yeah.
But we want to make sure that that we're hiring them into a bargaining unit classification that includes firefighters, so that they can participate in the 175 pension plan, which they can as long as it's pending their training. Right.
We got informal confirmation that that's going to be.
Because they've been hired into that. They've been hired
Not
into that
being a
position
firefighter.
with an understanding they have to complete the education to qualify, and if they don't, they're terminated.
And
Right?
that's okay for the pension charter?
Yes. They can't leave them in there
That's good.
indefinitely, but they, right?
Yeah. No, that's good.
And that, we don't want to see them used as the second person on the rescue. We want them to serve on shift, but as a third person. And our thought was maybe pay them 5% less than starting firefighter pay, so that when they complete their minimum standards, their pay goes up 5%. Right, upon successful completion of the past the state minimum standards, they would now be at starting pay for firefighter paramedic. So that, I think our thought is to change the operational reserves article into that article that addresses that kind of unique situation in terms of hiring. Article 14, we had some discussion about the proposal on the disciplinary probation. And there's a matrix that currently exists that's been adopted and is followed. And really, if you look at how that matrix is structured, there's disciplinary probation already built into that matrix, because as you move through from one offense to the second occurrence, it has automatic built-in minimum stiffer penalties if it happens within a certain period of time. So I would say, I think that with regard to disciplinary probation, it's already kind of baked in that matrix if you look at it. And so we're not sure about the need to say up front that disciplinary probation could be for this month, for 1 year, and all of that. I think that's already spelled out in the way the matrix is structured.
So does the matrix address these items in terms of not being able to work? They're not eligible for overtime.
No, I don't know.
No, it does not. I mean, we can,
Part of the discussion we had as well, just operationally speaking, we're in a staffing crunch. So I almost feel like both sides of this table would be handicapping themselves to prevent people from being able to work overtime. You know what I mean? So that was one of our concerns as well.
Well, I mean, I know that there have been times that a situation warranted a person losing time. And it wasn't immediate. It was delayed. It was to prevent the overtime issue.
I think if you're going to me, those are extra layers of discipline that can be meted out based on the seriousness of the offense. The department may say, hey, we're going to, this is your second occurrence of this. Our proposed discipline is that we suspend you a day and we take away your eligibility for shift exchanges, for instance, for a period of time. Especially if it was a policy violation that was related to shift exchanges, where somebody didn't pay back an exchange or something like that. But to automatically say that every time you're on disciplinary probation, regardless of the circumstances, you're going to lose your right to work overtime or shift exchanges for between 3 and 12 months. When we don't even know what offense we're talking about attaching this to. To me,
Does it matter?
Yeah, I think.
So late to work, right? That this would be perfect, but then what other ones wouldn't be perfect?
Okay, late to work, but again, the second offense of late to work already escalates the discipline. So now you say, and on top of that, we're apply disciplinary probation. So on top of your write-up that you got, now no overtime for a year, no shift swaps for a year for you. Well, now you're in somebody's pocketbook on the second time being late.
Trying to get their attention.
I understand, but discipline should be progressive and corrective, and I think when you put automatics in like this, to me, the disciplinary probation is another level of discipline.
I agree. So, very good. So what about this language? Take out the 3 calendar months to maximum of 1 calendar month, going back to what John said about the matrix and putting something in here, progressive discipline. This disciplinary probation may be imposed per progressive discipline.
Well, again, I'd ask you guys to go back and look at the matrix. I think some of this is already baked into the matrix. I think the idea of that is already baked into the matrix.
And I'm going to throw the same question you guys have asked us. Why? You're trying to get somebody's attention. Why, when they have the matrix that completely outlines what their discipline will be? Isn't that enough attention? They're going to get fired if they do it more than so many times, or they're going to get laid off, or they're going to lose money. I think that should get their attention because it's in writing. So my question is, why are we changing it? Like you guys have asked now multiple times. What is the issue? What is the issue? Because we don't seem to understand the matrix, but we're still trying to change things. It's like the third time we've discussed it.
So I think the matrix, the way it was crafted, built this into it, bakes in progressive discipline and an escalation of penalties, which kind of means that you're already on probation. Recognize that if you commit a second offense within a certain period of time from the first offense, the penalties escalate. And I agree with John. I think right now to automatically say that somebody's going to lose their ability to work overtime, you can't use them for overtime for whether it's 3 months or a calendar year. If they're
My concern is,
Can I steal you? Can I have you guys step up for 1 minute?
Yeah.
Because I have a question for them, and I'll.
No, I'm with you. I mean, this is kind of what we did with the
Send me the
matrix.
matrix.
I think
Debbie, can you go to the door? Thank you,
Oh,
ma'am.
okay.
They're getting pretty hyped up there.
Uh-oh.
Golly, they are.
Mm-hmm.
What are they
Oh,
doing?
yeah.
Bingo?
The lady next door, she was like, "Oh my God, they're getting out of control."
So this one, I think, is another one we're making some good progress with.
Free
We
triggers.
did add I hope it was in the copy that I sent to you, from the last discussion, we talked about probation maybe beyond 90 days, so we have the extension if approved by the city manager for a new employee. I have no issues with taking out Section 2, disciplinary probation. There was a question all along of whether or not that was the right place for it.
Okay, my copy. Let's see.
So you want to strike out Section 2 disciplinary
2.
probation?
1-year probationary period.
What was the
So any extension beyond 90 days shall require approval from the city manager. There was some discussion that we had about that during our last meeting.
But you said you added that in real time right now?
No,
Okay.
wasn't that in the copy that I sent to you?
No,
No.
that's what I was looking for. Okay. Fair may extend for a period not exceeding 90 days, and then after, I see
There
where
was
this
some
goes.
discussion about, everybody now thinks of all these crazy situations
I
that
think that
happen
was
because of
me, Stacy
COVID.
brought it, because the chief, when I talked to the chief about it, he brought up what if there wasn't a class that was available that was part of probation and it was gonna make them a couple days late.
Mm-hmm.
Will that 90 days hold them set to that 90 days? That's what the discussion was. Is it- if that-
It might have been, but I thought there was discussion last time about things obviously just got a little screwy during COVID, that you
Yeah,
had
that too.
someone that, good employee, you saw a lot of potential in them. It's just because of everything that was happening to get them to a point where you felt that they could be off of probation you needed a little bit more time.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything in my notes for that specifically, but yeah.
I don't see it.
And then, again, delete section 2, the disciplinary probation in its entirety, although, and I think we talked about this last month, a review of the matrix, I think, is necessary. With the instance that came, I thought the discipline was a little harsh for 1 day without pay for being late for an otherwise, pretty good employee. So, I think it's just part of, and we have to do it on, the non-union side also, and taking a look at the matrix and doing some updating there. So I think it's just part of the process that we can work through.
Okay. Any other changes to section 3?
Is this fine to delete?
Just strike through.
Just strike through. There you go. And then you can change section 3 to section 2. Yeah, the rest of that's fine.
Then the way it printed out, Jim, that's, I don't know if you're on the hard copy, but Article 15 printed out on the bottom of the page of Article 14.
Yeah, mine didn't on.
Didn't print at all?
No, I don't have 15 on the bottom here. You mean from the one from the city?
Yeah.
No, I don't. Mine didn't.
Must be that apple.
Pros and cons, man.
So with that, Article 14, we'll clean it up, send it back, and maybe try to TA on it tomorrow. Instead, that way you guys can read it clean.
Yeah, that's fine.
And are we ready to break for lunch?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
Makes me laugh every time I see it. Imagine coming home hours. That would make your day.
Come on, baby girl. I see you do like tiger stretch.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Okay, 15. I think we are okay with your language from the 25th. There was some
It
question
was
mark.
0700.
Yeah, this question mark about start times is the only
Yeah,
thing.
we were like, well, based on what you were talking about being the problem, you'd have to really do a monumental middle of the day type of thing.
Yeah,
I thought they do start at 7. What time does the...
I don't necessarily want to change it. I just
No, what time does the shift commander start?
They start at 7.
Oh,
We just had discussion.
There was some
Yeah.
discussion about. Okay, well,
Yeah, it was suggested for a change, but we had some discussion. No one was set on that. So the 7, the 7:30, that's fine.
oh,
Yeah.
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 I
So
thought that's what we did do.
Yeah, it is, but there was some talk about the possibility of having a reason to change that. Okay, we're fine with 15 as,
14:30.
And section 2 of that one, just for some discussion. In looking at this, I don't know.
I thought we were striking that out.
Okay,
The
I
whole-
had that as a possible move to elsewhere
Yeah,
in
that's where you-
the contract.
You had moved it, but we didn't have a location that you moved it to at the time. That was what your note says.
So my thought was,
Well,
it kind of.
I'm sorry.
It kind of can go in two different places. There's a whole article on light duty, and then there's also, obviously, the article for, is probation part of it? Yeah, initial training period. So probation is also,
Well, when people are in their new hire orientation, they work shift?
No,
No, they don't. They work a 40-hour?
yes, for 3 weeks. Same thing with they get
Well,
changed late.
I'm fine with just leaving it here. Because that covers both. That way we're not trying to stick it in two places.
It doesn't matter to me.
so I just kind of look at it like if it's light duty, I go to the light duty section. It might overlook hours. If it's probation,
Yeah, I don't.
So this is like
I
a
don't-
third because like that's that period of time where they are working that standard 8 to 5 or 9 to 5, whatever the heck you guys have to do, right?
Yeah, and they really, from my understanding, we'd have to ask finance, but from my understanding, they actually don't actually change them off their 56-hour work week. The only thing they actually convert when they're on
Yeah,
there is their vacation and sick.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, so you want to move this to 2 places, move it to light duty and to,
I mean, I'm not married to it, it's just a thought.
I don't care. That's fine.
Maybe that's just been in there forever.
So, whatever your pleasure is, we can
This is
stick it.
fine. We can leave
Okay.
it.
All right. All right, we have final cleanup to do on 17, 18, 34, and 44. Our plan will be to deliver those to you tomorrow.
I'm sorry, Jim, what articles were those?
17 wages. It was the 4 that we didn't give you in the original packet. 18 incentives, 34 pension plan, and 44 educational assistance program.
And what did we say about 16?
We gave a proposal and we have not gotten a response back. You guys have not given us a response back yet.
On which one?
On 16, overtime? Overtime and callback?
Yeah, we need a little bit more time with that one.
Okay. 17 and 18. 19 was extreme weather and rehab, and we talked about, oh, we need to review that. Is the policy that you're talking about was the one that you gave us, Chief, the adverse weather condition policy? Okay, so we've got to review that policy yet.
Yeah, I know, I was looking at the,
That was
hard copy.
consistent with,
Did you have questions on it?
Which is actually a lot more extensive than the article itself.
Yeah, that was the one you're trying to make in line, because it used to not be in there, the last contract, and they added the
Yes.
probationary, now there's like a
There's a something.
probationary and so.
Okay, time trades.
Did
Let's
you say
walk.
you had? I'm sorry.
We can come back to it.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, thanks.
Where you at?
Time trades,
One.
Okay.
we're on 20.
Yeah, that was my note. That.
Yeah, that's what we got back.
Well,
So we might need clarification.
Let me see it.
This is the one you got questions on? Yeah, well, what you guys were talking about?
Scroll down a little bit, Kevin.
Yeah.
See that, put that. That's there.
There you go.
And then must, or be done.
There you go.
This one, yeah. I know, I got all
Are we
your
on time
questions.
trades?
Yes.
Right, ready?
Yes. So we had talked also, we had some clarification from you all on what we had talked about last time.
Pretty much the same for us, I think.
In our discussion, we weren't really sure about D1.
Yeah, so I went and talked to the, if you don't, do you want me?
Go.
I went and talked to Chief Snyder about it, and he had a question looking from the outside in of, but with the first part of the paragraph saying that 30 calendar days, after that it's canceled. So what is the time and a half of the sick time? Where does it go? Or is that supposed to be within the 30 days?
So, as of right now, you guys have to honor it no matter what, right?
After 60 days.
60
well, I mean,
up to
within
60
the 60
days.
days, yes.
You guys want to,
So remember we changed it to 30 and then you guys came
Yeah.
back and said, we all agree from the discussion we had that we should influence these guys to get time.
So right now it's
So-
within 60?
Within
no,
60.
within
yeah, so
60.
they have to cover it 100% within 60.
Within
It makes
60.
no difference. So
After
that's, I
60.
made it 30, but this is the clarification we need.
Well,
You
y'all
guys
have,
wanna
y'all
take a
have
quick
the
break?
time, right, I'm just
Yeah,
trying to figure
we
out
got-
how
we-
it works, and
We have the same clarification.
then we also he also brought up the fact that if we give them sick time, are we actually, is that really gonna, I don't wanna say hurt them? Is it really gonna make them feel it versus vacation time?
Motivate.
Motivate, thank you.
Well, so the issue then,
Thank
what
you,
we
Tom.
talked about the last time was, if somebody else is hurt on duty and they have a time trade and that guy's hurt on duty, right? And he has a time trade with somebody, now he can't
Hold
work.
on, back up what now? So I make sure I know what you're saying.
The last time we discussed this there was like a two-part prong, not here, but multiple times in the past.
Oh,
So if
okay.
somebody gets hurt on duty and they're out on workers' comp, and they got a time trade with the guy that's now out on workers' comp.
Correct, there's a
So-
time trade work.
Right, so he now can't work for him, right?
Right.
So fast forward to the 60 days, that's why we were saying, well, there's a kind of a thing, do we hold everybody on the same with time trades? 60 days if they were hurt on duty, hurt off duty. We beat that up the last contract for a long time.
Well, I wasn't there, but okay.
But that's why we knocked it down to 60. So that's where I want to talk to these guys real quick. So if we could take a good 5-second break and
But,
figure out
right,
that
but you understand
exactly,
my
yes.
confusion here? We just
Yes.
need to know how it works.
Because
Like, what does the time and a half actually mean? And who does it mean it to? Is it the time trade not working guy? Because as it states, it does now.
Yeah.
But what happens to the time trade working guy?
Yeah, we read all that also.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, so we were discussing that before we went. I just need to take a break. So the motivational part, I mean, obviously, I understand everybody wants to take vacation, but the reality is I think it's coming out of the guy's bank, but what do we do with a guy that's on workers' comp? That's really was my question when I started reading this. So we have all these people out on this COVID, right? Like, we've been having them big during COVID. So they got a time trade and then they get quarantined, right? And then do we take the time from them? That's where I was going to ask these guys, because that would be within the 30 days, right?
Probably.
If we
yes.
did that.
So the way I understood this, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, was that within the 30 days, the department will take care of it.
Well, we would like them to try to take care of it, yes, but
Well, I mean, we're going to encourage them, but there's no ding for them in the 30 days if
That's
they
right.
can't find it.
that's right.
If it's beyond 30 days away,
It's canceled.
then
Yeah.
That's in the first part of the paragraph.
That's kind of where we.
That's
were-
where I'm confused with what the time and a half
That's
actually
when,
does.
that's how it was written. That's when it came back and it was written. That's what I was telling these guys, that I don't know if the translation went through between the 30 and the 60.
time trade working is the person who's supposed to be working for someone else?
Correct.
Okay. Interpreted. Then the trades shall be canceled.
I think we're all on the same sheet of music. We just
All right,
need to
but,
somehow.
yeah, but wait a
We're
minute.
keeping
You're
it
not-
within
we
the
can't
60,
we can't
that's
make
where
the. Yeah.
It sounded good out there
Well,
last time.
I think
We were here
it
last
was.
time.
I think you're gonna get docked your 36 hours unless you find someone. Is it-
But then there's a discrepancy in that regard with section 2.
Right, that's why I want
Correct,
to take a
correct.
quick break, and because I think it was written.
Yeah, we came up with the same scenario already as well, but we haven't.
I just
All of
wanna-
us hadn't got together
Well,
and
I think we're
figured
on
out
the
an
same sheet of
answer.
music. I just want to clarify it so when somebody reads it, they know what it
So
says.
can we take a quick break?
And
Correct.
then we don't have a whole
Yeah,
grievance.
we had.
Yeah.
We don't have a whole internal grievance over the language.
No, I mean, obviously, I'm trying to.
Remember that the time trade working can go one of two ways. Meaning, he or she is about to work for somebody on the first half of the trade,
Right.
to which they would then be owed a payback at a later date. That's one scenario. Time trade working can also be someone's already worked for him, and he's now, he or she is
Absolutely.
not doing the payback. There's
Not-
no second half,
Nope, you're right.
right?
Right.
So we got to be careful about if we say we're canceling the trades. Someone will say, "Wait a minute, I already worked for him or her. What are we doing here?" He or she owed me the time.
I get it.
Okay.
It got the 60, got confused, the 30 to be, is where I was trying to go.
Throwing the
We're
dog,
back.
let the dog run around the yard.
Okay.
They're like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm exercising.
One of the elected officials before the governor had to
All right.
in my office, and I called him and I was like, "Oh, you talked to him?"
Yeah.
So we would do throw it out and press it a few times. He said it doesn't work. I'm sorry.
So this should be
All right.
clear as mud, right?
I think it took us, we went the long way around the bush, but I think we figured it out.
Hey,
And
you
I-
gotta use that name.
And I think we've been making it more complicated than it needs to be. Here's what we're saying. Here's what I think it should say. If a time trade working member is injured or is predicted to be out for medical reasons, end it there. That member must find a member available to fill the time slot or be docked 36 hours of sick leave. Period. We don't have to cancel the trade. The trade's still intact. Whether it was the first half or the second half, it doesn't matter. Nobody's losing here. What we're going to do is penalize the person that was not able to work, regardless 30, 60 days, 70, whenever the time frame.
2 days.
The only thing we want to exclude is workers' comp. So we'd say is injured or is predicted to be out for medical reasons or, non-workers' comp reasons. And then you could strike everything else and say that member, so we're talking about the time trade working member, whether it's on the first half of the trade or second half, they have two options. Find a member available to fill their time slot or be docked 36 hours of sick leave. The reason for their absence is sickness or injury, non-workers' comp, so it's appropriate that sick leave come out. We're taking another 12 hours from them in recognition that their absence probably caused overtime. But they're still getting either the return payback on the trade after this, or they're getting credit for having worked the other half of the trade. So the trade stays intact. We don't need to cancel it. That person is either still obligated to pay that person back or has satisfied the second half of the trade. The trade will be complete as normal.
From a monetary.
It took me a few minutes to even.
From a monetary standpoint, the city's going to be net positive by 12 hours of pay.
All right.
Or
In the worst case scenario.
in the worst case scenario, or they found coverage and we're good to go.
Right.
And that would be.
Right. So that person either fixed it themselves by finding someone else to work. And again, the second half of the trade, the other half of the trade is either satisfied or stays intact. Or if they were not able to find replacement, then they pay a price of 36 hours of their sick leave.
All right, and what about workers' comp?
Well,
You would just exclude the penalty from anybody where the situation occurred where the person was on work comp being the origin of the problem.
Okay.
now we
work comp's
could
gonna pay
put
for the
language that
cost.
says, and if
Within 30 days. 30 days.
well,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
if the time trade working,
I'll give you an example. We have somebody on a back injury, for example. We know they're going to be out for 6 months. I think they should worry about their time trades that they have on the books.
Yeah, so.
I agree.
So I don't want to just totally leave them
Okay,
out of
what
the
cost?
equation.
I don't know what
Well,
you're referring to.
That's what we just were
Because
working
you're
on,
going to
right when we
incur
walked
costs
in the
due to an
room.
injury.
So
or
we're
staffing.
hoping you got some input on that, so.
I mean, that's
The
why
city and the department turn that
I
cost
think
of
I
that
understand.
over
what
well,
you're saying.
first off, I don't know that there'd be a way to mechanism
I think
to
they pay a
penalize
percentage at a
them.
minimum.
You could say, they
I'm not saying we would penalize them, but
they should make every effort to find someone to work their swaps.
Right, because it's a workers' comp injury, but I'm thinking in that case, maybe that is the one that gets canceled after 60 days.
I can tell you, we just literally
Yeah,
just
but-
walked up there and we walked
Yeah,
in
but
the
you
room.
can't.
I don't know.
When you say cancel, what if that person in 60 days was paying back a swap that they've already been the benefit of? And you say you cancel it, what does that mean? That guy that doesn't, I mean, I don't, you know what I mean? What if they owed that half?
You're putting me in a predicament here to say something I really don't want to say, but I'm going to say it.
No, it's good because like literally we can hold off and work
It's not
on
the
it.
administration's responsibility for those time trades. Those are personal
Yeah.
benefits.
I understand,
So I
but
think with enough notice, they should, if they wanted to, that's the key. If they wanted to, they can find coverage for those time trades.
So that's what I was telling him. I'm just with the workers' comp thing because of the risk involved in firefighting all the time.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
have a lot of guys get hurt. I mean,
I don't think they should
these
be
steps on the
penalized
truck.
per se.
But the reality is, that's what I just said to him. We have to work some kind of balance out in that workers' comp area. I don't know what it is, and that's when I just walked up to him and I said, "Well, what do we do with workers' comp?"
And I would
We're
say,
like,
I would
"Shoot,
say that
it's
that
all
doesn't
broken."
happen very often, but lately in the last couple of years, we've had quite a few long-term injuries.
So our original idea was to table it, to see if we can figure out something overnight, if you want to think about it. But then we were like, well, maybe we can just resolve this and make it, they get paid. And I walked in the door and I was like, oh crap, I got workers' comp.
so I guess my concern is that if this person had people work for him while he was on vacation,
You know,
through 3 or 4 that he owed, blows his or her back out,
I guess he has to pay for it, right?
and those 4 people that worked for him are expecting those paybacks.
well, I get it, but that's a gamble. Time trades are a gamble, just like the
I'm
guy.
saying, but does he pay with the time? That's,
Not if he finds coverage.
Yeah, not if he finds coverage.
Yeah, but there's no.
But you're talking
he's-
about workers' comp now, right?
Now, workers' comp.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
talking
Oh,
about.
okay.
So I
So,
don't want to penalize workers' comp in any other way other than that, but if somebody leaves.
no, but
we
he's
just had
not being
somebody-
penalized. You got 4 people out
We
here
just had
getting.
somebody leave employment who owed a.
That's, right. Nothing you can do
It's
about
a
it. That's between those 2 people.
Yes, well, that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
You know, there's ways to fix that, but that's, right. I mean,
Yeah,
they owe, but in this
There's an
situation,
alley.
you got people who worked for this person.
Yeah, I get it.
And if you cancel the trade, then you're saying, wait a minute, canceled, I worked for him and it just goes away? Right? If I'm one of the 4 people, wait a minute, he still owes me.
That would put it back on the time trade not working.
After 60 days, which
After
is
60 days.
kind of what the language says now, but
No, we're trying to move to a direction where the time trade not working person
Is out of
once it gets approved, the obligation
I get
to
it.
cover the spot on that truck
and
is
for,
the guy who signed
for
to work.
off-duty injuries and all that, I get it.
Right.
Yeah, so what do we do?
So what do we do?
What do we
That's
do?
my
So,
question.
so how about this? Can we just come back? So are you guys good with everything with the exception of
That's up to Stacy.
whether we exclude work comp or not?
I
And
think
can come
maybe
back
we
to that
repeat
part?
this paragraph and title one of them, you know, non-workers' comp injury illness, and the other one, and just spell it out in one for workers' comp especially, and then talk about how we want to handle if your inability to work when you said you were going to work is related to workers' comp, how we want to handle that.
And we
But
have-
I would say with regard to non-workers' comp, it's just simply,
Yes.
we take 30 and 60 days out of it. If you
Yeah.
said you were going to work, you have 2 choices.
I agree. I don't know.
And
if
I don't
Stacy-
care, it doesn't matter if it's on the
Should
first half or the second half. If it's a non-work related injury illness, you either work it or you pay 36 hours of,
Could you include FMLA on there too, or?
With no
I mean-
days?
Oh, I
If you're out
yeah.
for like
I
a
see.
serious injury and you're on
it's,
FMLA.
well, it's still on you to find the replacement or cough up 36 hours of sick leave.
So on that, if it's a non-workers comp, I think vacation leave should be used instead of sick leave. You were trading that time likely for a personal matter, and it's a little bit more of an incentive to find someone to work for your shift if you're going to use vacation instead of sick.
So we talked about that last time. You agreed with me that it would be more appropriate to use sick leave.
Well, I was
For
thinking
with the
about,
example of like, we had a guy get penalized maybe for using vacation, or using sick when he was on vacation. So, and now we're at a scenario where somebody's legitimately sick or injured and you don't want to use the sick leave. So that's where I come in and I'm like, the most appropriate leave to use would be sick leave because the person's straight up sick or injured. Whereas if they used sick time when they weren't sick or injured, they would be penalized. They would be disciplined heavily. So I don't see why we should use vacation leave when sick leave would be the most appropriate.
So that's why I was saying this is a little more complex than.
Well, this is just.
Well, I dealt with this when it was
No, that's a good
zero.
discussion. I like it.
Well, you know we've been working on this, and the reality is the amount of give I've been given since the 12-month calendar year there was no responsibility. I'm trying to manage it, and from my standpoint, I think I've done a lot. I don't think vacation is appropriate. That's just me. So I'm going to just make that point now. So we can come back with something. That's up to you guys.
So what if we just got rid of time trades?
Then I would say status quo, 12 months, you're responsible for the like it was in the last contract. And we'll be good with that. I wouldn't have to make any, I don't have to make any
You're saying remove them.
consolidations.
You're
No
not
option.
following.
Is that what you mean?
No, he didn't.
No option.
He didn't respond correctly.
Yeah, I did.
No.
We're gonna go back to the language that I made
No, get rid of
consolidations
time
the last
trades.
times, and we'll have time trades.
Nobody
that
gets to
you're
have a time
responsible.
trade.
We would say no, thank you.
No,
Right.
I would go back.
So to your point, John, so let's start with a fresh
So
sheet here.
I'll
And let's
we'll
come
stick to
back.
my
I think we're
point.
going to say
You were
table.
responsible for time trades for up to 12 months. I gave you all the way down to 60 calendar days. And that consideration that I made within this article,
Give us,
now you're
give
gonna
us
turn
five,
that
give
back
us
around
five,
and
give
go
us
back
five,
to-
give us 5 minutes.
Please.
Give us 5 minutes.
Go back to.
Give us some stuff.
Where'd that?
You didn't know you were going to get so many steps. You didn't know you were going to get so many steps.
So, we do like the language with the non-workers' comp with the loss of time if they don't find anyone. The non-workers' comp, we would like it to be vacation time. Workers' comp, essentially same guidelines, and they can use sick time.
Say that again?
So you outlined the non-workers' comp, right? If they don't find someone, they get docked 36 hours of vacation. You have your workers' comp person, essentially the same things apply, except if they don't find someone, they get docked 36 hours of sick.
Okay, what we were saying is, I think on the first, we are in agreement that we take the whole 30, 60 days, all of that out. It's simply, if you were obligated to work, whether it doesn't matter if it's the first half, second half, and you can't work because of a non-work related injury or illness, you have two choices: find a replacement or 36 hours of sick. We'll come back to that. The second, for work related, our proposal was if your obligation to work was within 30 days of your injury, then it's just covered. The city covers it. If the obligation to work was longer than 30 days, then you have an obligation to find somebody to work or 36 hours of sick leave.
For the workers' comp?
Workers' comp. So first 30 days, if you're injured and you had to swap next shift, city will cover it. Work related. But if that obligation was 6 weeks from now, then that injured employee who had the obligation to work has an obligation to find somebody to work that trade or 36 hours of sick leave.
I noticed you said you changed the language to the work comp scenario to sick leave opposed to vacation leave.
Right.
So what was the reason for the change?
Like I said before, if you're doing a time trade, you likely are doing it for a personal reason. So if for some reason that falls through, right? Instead of using vacation time, scheduling vacation time, you did a time trade for that. You did the time trade for a personal reason, not a sick reason. You weren't like looking ahead, well, I'm going to be sick that day. You likely had something personal that was happening, so you made that trade.
So why did you
So
change
being
it
docked, it
for
would
work
be
comp?
vacation. Why would I change the word? Work comp?
Because we're trying to be fair.
Yeah,
Because they are sick. They're on workers' comp.
they were hurt on the
But
job.
the reason the time's being missed in the other scenario is because there's no other reason for this penalty
And-
to be
yeah,
done.
and what we
unless they're-
discussed,
like,
I
you
think-
would force them to bring a doctor's note.
And if they're not sick
The
and they're
person-
just missing it, they're AWOL. That's a whole different scenario.
Yeah,
Who to bring
you're
a
talking
doctor's
about the person who's usually on shift that day being on a vacation or whatever. Yeah, great. But the reason there's an issue at all here is because the person that's supposed to be there, who took responsibility, signed it, time trade approved, whatever, they are legitimately sick or injured. So,
I'm not missing that.
okay.
All right. So from our perspective, I don't think we're far apart. I think the appropriate pool of time to ding them on is their sick leave, since legitimately illness or injury is what caused them to not be able to satisfy this obligation they had agreed to, that they'd taken on this responsibility. It's not caused by any personal thing that they wanted. They were obligated to work for someone, and their inability to do that is because they're sick or injured.
Stacey, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Can you scroll down to the bottom of the So if you got if we agree to this or we come up to an agreement on this, you guys also agree then in section 2 that the language also, because right now there's a negative in the contract. It basically is
conflict.
it conflicts.
Yeah, that was what the last time too.
Yeah. So are you guys okay with taking that confliction out by adding with the exception of section 1D or whatever it ends up being, meaning the sections that we're talking about right now?
It would still be the time trade working like a penalized, right?
Oh, that's true. You gotta
Yeah, it's
take-
bringing it
Yeah,
into
that
alignment
was what
with
That would
section
take care of the
Yeah,
negative.
yeah, that
Yeah,
would
you're
fix
right. Okay, never mind.
That's what happened the last time.
Yeah. Okay, that would take care of the negative by taking
Right.
care of that. Yes. Yes, you are correct. Okay. Can we talk, Stacey?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, good. I mean, this is a huge article for me that I made huge concessions on. I'm just not
You
really.
guys need a little skate thing.
I need the up down.
Just do the,
Down.
just,
Yes, that old-
we're back.
Exactly.
Okay, so again, as with a lot of things today, I think we're moving in the right direction. Our disagreement is the vacation time, sick time difference between the two. So to me, this is just you go to the balcony, we'll come back to it.
All right. Okay. '21 minimum staffing was one that we had included. You guys did not provide us a counter proposal to.
No. No. Thanks for asking though.
Gotta ask.
Same with health benefits.
We're not prepared for that one either.
Physical exams.
Physical exams.
23. And 24, personal fitness.
What's that?
We talked about it.
I know we did.
And,
Hold on one second.
okay.
And we have something for 24 also.
24? What are you saying?
When she gets to it.
Okay.
We were status quo. What is?
I think we have some questions on that to come back to. before the end of the day.
Well, in any of those policies, I think we need to get a list of questions for each
Yeah,
of the
we
policies.
reviewed half of them. So.
Okay.
It was the nepotism and the
Yeah.
other one. But this one, yeah.
Drug testing too, you kind of go.
Yeah, that was good. They're just long.
Why do I not have?
You didn't give us a proposal.
While you're doing that one, Stacey?
What's that?
Do you want me to do 24 while we're doing that one? While you're looking for 24?
No, please.
Your stuff on 24 is new. It wasn't handed over in a draft yet, was it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
Sorry, were y'all frantically looking?
Just in case.
Sitting here looking
Looking for like,
You said 24.
I can't find anything.
Right?
Well, yeah, he's
You
going
said
down the
24.
list.
I'm just going down the list.
Gotcha. Hold on. I know we talked about physical.
And
Didn't we?
Yes.
I mean, you and I talked about physical.
No, it was at the meeting.
We talked about it here?
No, at the meeting. Our meeting.
Oh! Yeah. Then we haven't reviewed it with you guys yet.
No, that's,
Okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
So,
Hey.
so 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25, and 26, we don't have responses from you guys on.
You do not. Not yet.
All right, 27, working at a rank.
I understand you wanted to move section 2 to the incentive article last time we spoke.
Yeah, we had some discussion about moving that. It seemed better to move everything to the same place.
Other than that, I don't think you really got in there.
You
We did
have-
change,
you do
actually,
have
after our discussion, after we met with you guys. So originally it said seniority list in,
Section what?
well, would be the, if you take out section 2 now, we're at section 3, temporary long-term assignment. B,
What's the
once
fire
the
chief?
fire chief, yep, has determined. So selection shall be
Oh,
governed by,
yeah. There was a couple, I got a bunch of notes, there's a couple spots.
yes.
Like not just there,
there are,
but,
there's a
Yes.
couple.
yeah,
so we changed all of those
I wrote
from
those.
seniority to promotional.
gotcha.
Did you give them this? Working out oh, this working out of rank. Yeah,
It
which
is
the
working
one-
out.
Yeah, which is the one.
Yeah.
Which one we're on.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And then,
Your format's different to mine. Never mind.
Oh, my
I
format?
thought
I
this
left,
was- I thought this
I
was
left
you.
my
I
notes.
gotcha, I gotcha.
huh?
Also under E.
Yeah, there's a bunch of spots, I
Did you
got,
find more?
yeah, got a bunch.
You mean elsewhere or just this article?
Who knows where my sections will take you, but, section 1, second, no, 3B states, 3B, was that one you said?
That was the one.
Yep.
yeah.
Okay, 3B. Then I got 3II, it says HADE, H-A-D-E, say had. But where that 3II is, I have no idea if that's even,
Under C,
Yeah, that's been corrected
I'm not looking
there.
at it at the moment.
That's been corrected up there.
Oh, yeah, we corrected
okay,
that.
all right. Oh, yeah, here's what I wrote, 3E, then I said, actually, no, I did, top of page 24, the member list.
Yeah, it
It
should
was-
be promotional list.
Okay, yep.
Yep.
Change that too.
Okay.
Right.
Be surprised to say.
E?
And then 3E, and, yeah,
Wait,
3E.
no, so you had another one.
Yeah,
Oh, what was
3E,
your
then the
other
top of page 24.
Oh, member list, I got it.
You found it?
Yep.
Perfect.
You
I
got
know I didn't point you in the right direction, but you did it.
can you
You
direct
got it,
Debbie there so
Stacey?
she
Yeah.
can change
Where's
it?
it at?
I see member list right there.
Unfortunately, I'm
right here?
unfortunately, I'm
I
looking,
got it.
unfortunately,
Oh, yeah, I
I'm
see
looking
it.
at this,
I
so.
see.
And then,
So right
Yeah,
here,
good,
member
right
list,
there,
right
Debbie.
there. It should be
Right there.
promotional.
Yep.
and then, 3H, spent, not spend.
3H.
Yeah, hopefully those, my lettering might not be the greatest. Again, I'm not looking at the
Oh,
sheet.
last sentence,
I'm
very
not
last
looking at the
sentence.
Member,
Oh, yep.
good?
Yeah.
Try to be thorough.
Okay, I'm at the H, you said the last sentence?
Yeah, so the very last sentence, it says spend, it should say spent.
Shall be reduced by the amount of time spent.
Thank you.
Oh, it's one of those.
Section 1.
Yeah, it's not good. There you go.
All right, with those changes, are we okay with the article with those changes?
Right.
Did you want?
I can ask that, yes.
Yeah, I think with those changes, we're good with 27.
So if you just want to jump back to 24 quickly.
Okay.
That's personal fitness wellness program. When we talked about this, I asked Bush about this. So to all of you, should this really be department policy instead of something that's in the collective bargaining agreement? Like everything that's involved within that particular article puts everything either on the union, and when it comes to even budget things, is something that management would have to put in their budget for these things. And then I think, help me out. I mean, there are things in the original that have to do with like how much time someone can have. If you leave the facility, like how far can you go, how long can you be gone, and that all seems like operational things, not really collective bargaining items.
Well, I mean, whether since this program is a city-funded program, yeah? I mean,
What's
it's-
that? The first section?
Yeah, oh,
Actually, it's a joint funded. So, in the past, the union has, I'm sorry, you go ahead, Johnny.
No.
In the past, the way, when it was first incorporated, which I think John and John both were the ones who did it, I think, before Berg, I can't
The
remember.
first two was Jason Pratt and myself.
Okay, so when it was first incorporated and put in a contract, the union paid for the classes for the initial certification, and then the city keeps that fund, or keeps that certification up to snuff. However, that program, it's not on the admin's side, because we do send people to classes, but we have not been able to keep peer fitness, so many peers.
It's a lot of
Peer
peers.
fitness into play. So it's really I don't want to say it's a dead program, but
why haven't we been able to
people
do
don't want to
that?
go.
So either people don't want to go, or in my scenario, this was all the way back 12 years ago when I went and got certified. I built out two
Or people
SOG.
left.
Yeah, or they left. But I put together, drafted up full SOPs, multiple pages long, sent them up the chain of command several times, and just fall on deaf ears because.
But that's
that was past administration. So I'm just saying that's one scenario.
Yeah.
Another scenario is people leave, or it is a very cumbersome program if you really get into the weeds with the peer fitness trainer program, and it does. It takes a lot of upkeep. So for one reason or another, without placing blame anywhere, because I don't even think you could.
No.
It just hasn't been fulfilled the way it was intended to be.
So John, with that said, and depending upon what city you're in or what county you're in, each fire department has a fitness program. So let's all agree a fitness program is a necessity, right?
Sure.
So wiping the slate clean, and with your experience,
Sure.
what fitness program do you think would be appropriate for all your firefighters that are out there? Because I've been involved with, these guys want to do some form of CrossFit, or they want to do some form of cardio, or they want to do, so I get it. And then we put a gym, fitness room in each fire station. And
I haven't answered all that.
Okay, good. So I'm just saying, if the slate is clean, so this article should not go away. The city agrees. This
yeah.
article should not go away, but maybe a rewrite to make it 2022.
I can.
Well, but we have the IFF-IFC Wellness Fitness Initiative.
It's a joint venture.
Yeah,
International.
Yeah, but they don't come out and do any training now. COVID's been over a year. We've been trying to get that program, so it's not as functional as it's supposed to be or it's intended.
If you're asking me for my opinion, I don't have a well thought out one, but as somebody who's gone through the class and then also witnessed the people that have gone through the class and gotten the certification from American Exercise Council, that DNA really valuable inside the fire department because health and fitness is such a big deal, right?
So before we get carried away, I don't want to get carried away. So Stacy wanted me to come up with a policy because the majority of this article could be a policy if you guys agree to it. That peer fitness program, I think, probably belongs as a financial aid somewhere in the contract, but maybe not under its own article, if that makes sense. Now, I don't know where it would go, but if the union and the city both agree that it's worth spending money on as a joint adventure still, I think that should stay in the contract somewhere if that's what both sides agree to. But I don't think the policy itself needs to be in there.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
So I agree with you because obviously past experience, like I said, it's cumbersome, it's a lot. However, I'd like to see us maintain a group of employees with the certification, but not obligate them to abide by the entire program. But maybe design. Yeah, probably what you're doing is Deltona.
They can make their own policies once we get the group, like we tried to do.
Yeah.
But the problem is, as you know, Korberg was our big pusher there for a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he left. And when he left, it kind of fell out after that. But I think this will help do that. But I think the financial part could still be in there if both sides agree to that. But I just don't know if it needs its whole article, like what you're saying, that holds it to an actual standard.
Yeah, it's just like CPAT, right? CPAT, you have to use their treadmill, you have to use their strap on the thing that they say, or it's not a certified CPAT test,
Okay, so we already actually have a physical fitness program. So the reason why this is a strike-through policy is because I've added and deleted according to what's in the contract and what I thought that would be nice for the city and the department to do, along with the union. So it's really a strike-through of the current policy. So,
this policy already exists?
Yes.
All right.
Which you should know.
I know. I'm asking for people who don't know.
Gotcha.
Or may not know.
So like simple things that I did, like I added DC so we knew anytime DC's mentioned, it's the division chief they're talking about. I did little things like that, but
What's
I
deputy chief?
Huh?
What's deputy chief then?
It's also DC, but in this case, we're talking about division chief. That's why I did that.
What's this validated Volusia County standard?
That's a standard that we wrote our iPad. It'll be in later in the policy, but that's what we wrote our standard off of.
Okay.
Which is already validated. It has been around for 20 plus years.
So you're doing that evaluation annually?
Yes. And there's some good changes in here, I think, as long as the union agrees with it, that I made to the iPad. The biggest complaint that I've heard from is, if I fail the iPad, I'm fired. That's disciplinary, blah, blah, blah. So I kind of changed that up a little bit too in here. So I can go over it with you guys, or you guys can just take it and absorb it, whatever you want to do.
I mean, if you go over it, that'd be good. But I like what you're saying because one of the guiding principles of the Pure Fitness Training Program is mandatory, non-punitive.
Right.
So.
Okay, so So in the top under purpose, I just added to have both a physical fitness program that helps maintain fitness and an assessment that provides a measure, because now we're putting both into this policy, so I just want to make sure it includes both. All operational combat members, to make sure everybody knows who we're talking about, because that's what this policy is talking about. Took out the per CBA because it wouldn't be per CBA anymore, because it's not referencing the CBA anymore. Must remain aware of call volume and types by monitoring the radio system throughout the workout. In the contract, it talks about very specific stuff, but our guys know monitoring the radio means monitoring the radio. You don't really have to define it any more than that, I don't think. So the Health and Safety Committee shall use NFPA 1583 and 1500 to bring any programs forward to the fire chief that will benefit both the mental and physical well-being of our members. Some examples of the possible programs are near-miss program, which we are implementing now, or trying to get in process now, peer support, peer fitness, and accident review programs. Those are just examples, so you guys can bring those, anything. And that's where I think the financial thing would be tied to the contract somewhere.
Sure.
Again, before you move on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Under number 2 there, the by available resources.
Yep.
That's part of the thing that John was saying, that we don't have enough people to provide that at this point. So I wonder where we get, as an example, firemen and nutritional education. It's one of those things.
Well, the same reason they brought you in to the room. You know, like if your organization doesn't have the talent or the capacity or the willingness to get a job done, hey, let's just get somebody to come in, teach us
right.
what we need to
So
know.
when it says available, that's what I'm trying to make
Sure.
sure is that we actually have somebody, not just available meaning around the station.
Chief, to answer your question, for that particular thing, the nutritional education dietary counseling, Cigna provides that for the city.
The insurance company, yeah.
I think I was misunderstanding what you were saying.
No, I did
Sorry.
not realize that.
No, it's on the same line, so that we
Yeah.
would bring in Cigna to schedule
Right.
nutrition for each shift,
Perfect.
once or twice a year.
Okay, so members understand each year on the dates announced with a minimum of 30 days. So we had dates in the contract, which again, as you guys know, because of COVID and other things, we were never able to stay with those months. So I just got rid of the months and just made it so that you have at least 30 days notice of when your iPad is. And took out the healthcare facility trainer, or I can't remember what that stood for, but training officer and or their designee, because that's who does it.
They're like health fitness coordinator or something?
Yeah, I can't remember. It's in here somewhere, struck out somewhere. See, that's why we don't even need it. I don't even remember what it stands for.
Right there, healthy fitness coordinator.
Sounds good.
2B.
Where,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of you though.
No, go ahead.
Where did the times come from? The 8-minute minimum?
So Volusia County's validated test that they've had for 20 plus years. Their original time is 7:35. We upped that to 8:30. Well, the first year we upped it to 9:35. Next year we downgraded it to 8:35 because of COVID. And then it was supposed to go back to the 7:35 this year. That's how it was scheduled to do. But so that's what I'm saying. I made the changes to keep it at 8 because it seems like some of our averages might hang around that 8 for some people, and there's like 2 averages. You got your averages around the 5 to 6 range, and then you got your average from the 7 to 8 range. So I don't want to lose employees just because they might be a little slower at the Kaiser sled or a little slower at the whole process, but yet they can finish the whole process within an acceptable time. So for them, if they went over 8 minutes, and I am getting ahead here, but basically if they go over 8 minutes, instead of going through the 3-step process of if you can't do it, you're fired, they're going to get put into a fitness program that for now, through policy, would be monitored by the division chief and the training officer to make sure they do their 20 minutes per shift every day, every shift.
I haven't obviously read the whole thing. Is there anything in here that we could put allowances will be made, and I think it was back a little bit for previous injury.
Yes,
Middle of the
that's-
prior page, may request to defer the scheduled annual test or retest, but also to take into consideration age and previous injury, because part of the peer fitness training program, once you get certified, you understand that.
You're the expert in that, John. I'm more than welcome to.
You're open to consider.
Absolutely. This
yeah,
is just
all right.
this is just a for me. This is just a basic.
Right.
All right, is your thought to do like we've done in some of the other articles, to do a full strike through on this and just say that we'll have a wellness program in accordance with this policy as in effect on the date
and
of
then as far
ratification?
as the financial thing that you were talking about, you and Stacy or whoever can work out where that belongs to fund whatever programs that come out of that policy.
Well, and then let's talk about section 3 of the existing, when it's pretty specific about Smith machine, assorted dumbbells, treadmill.
So yeah, if you go to, that's in here too, I added it to the very last.
Right, but it just says some examples of the equipment. It seemed more, I mean, let me just ask you this. Do all the stations currently have all of this
Yes.
equipment? Okay. I think our desire would be to make sure that that's maintained, and I'm guessing that's your proposal as well.
Yes. Yeah, as a matter of fact, previous city managers, not so much with Mr. Peters, but we've had discussions about making some of our stations available to other city employees, and we do it for LEO now. They come to our stations and work out, but it's hard to do with the internal stations. Like I've always wanted to turn 62 into the gym, but.
Well, look at that. Section 4, Charlie.
Something you like or
Second,
don't like?
no, it's just a typo. Then it must be proven to be unsafe by the city in regards to a prop in the original,
Oh.
not your proposal.
If somebody doesn't make time historically in the, whatever you're calling
Well,
it.
we haven't had to address that to this point,
Okay.
so I probably won't be able to answer that question because to this point we haven't had to address that for sure.
One time?
Yeah, but
Right?
they,
We've only done it once.
no, what?
Right?
I thought,
Yeah,
no,
once.
this will be our third time coming up.
Twice.
Done twice. Once before COVID, once during COVID, or right after COVID, or whatever you want.
What
Call
if-
it time period.
Does the policy incorporate the language that's in section 5
What's the?
about it being non-punitive?
Yeah, I saw that. I think the other punitive.
I don't know, I can't answer, I don't remember if it does or not.
I think the punitive part, Jim, is they will be mandated to a minimum of 20 minutes documented workout.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it depends on what you
on
call
duty shift.
punitive, because we are actually.
To get to that 8-minute mark. 7, the new 7, page 4 of the policy.
Yeah, the only punitive part of it would be that they would have to supply a fit for duty form, which we do that for 2 reasons. One, for yours, not your safety personally, but yeah, well, that's what I mean, the safety of your partners and the safety of the firefighter, because if they're truly not fit to work, we need to identify that. And 2, the other part of it is we're mandating them to work out every shift for 20 minutes until they can get underneath that 8 minutes.
I think it's the question we had when we did this policy, but,
I mean, that's
what
existing
happens
language.
so boom, I did it in 8:01, whatever, over 8 minutes. I'm off the truck.
No,
Right
no,
then.
you're not.
I'm not off the truck.
That's the change.
I know there was an issue, because this wasn't here before, and we went back and forth.
No, in section 5 currently it
That's
says,
in the current one.
Right here, the members shall be required to have a fit for duty form from their doctor stating they're fit to perform duties that working out is approved. So I get, there was all the fit to perform duties. So all that form does is say that I can work out, or what?
Work out and that you're qualified to fit for duty.
So I'm questionably
Did you get that
not
during
fit
the
for
physical?
duty after I get
Wouldn't
over
you
8
want to know
minutes.
that though?
Well, Huh?
Wouldn't you want to know that?
Well, I would want to not be on a truck if I'm questionably not fit for duty.
Yeah.
That's my,
Yeah.
that's right. Like,
In the
so,
original draft, we took them off the truck immediately.
yeah, and that's what I remember. I remember going over this a
Yeah, and it
lot.
was a big issue.
Yeah,
So
oh, yeah.
I thought, well,
So I finished in 10 minutes. I'm questionably not fit for duty, but I'm back on the truck. So what happens if something
we can
takes
take them off.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just,
Yeah, no, I'm open to any of that. I was just trying to be
you know.
non-punitive here.
Well, in section 5, the language I was talking about says, in the current, says at no time will any punitive action be taken against a member based on physical and or behavioral fitness or assessments in accordance with the personal.
Okay.
Right,
Personnel
and I
fitness
know we
one.
said that, but at the same time, if you read the rest of that article, you take them off. I mean, if you read our old policy, the IPAT policy, if you read those strike-throughs, we actually fired you if you weren't able to complete the IPAT within a certain amount of time and a certain amount of tries.
Yeah.
So I'm taking that out because that's pretty punitive. Instead, I'm looking towards how can we help the employee get back to where they need to be. Now, obviously, if they do a fit for duty, maybe your answer might be to decrease that 30 days to 15 days, or maybe take them off the truck until they get. I don't know, but
Oh, I didn't. Yeah.
but
Oh, well, then
my
they-
thing is if they have some sort of, well, I'll give you my example. Probably not all y'all know this, but I got diagnosed with leukemia. So if I was doing my physical fitness and found out through my physical fitness that I had leukemia, I would want to know. Same thing if a cardiac history or any of that kind of stuff. So that's the intent of this program. The intent's not to discipline or take somebody down because we just want to take them down. The issue is to try to protect you and your fellow employees. That's the issue. So how we think of it as disciplinary or not, I don't know. But I definitely made it a whole lot less punitive than what it was in our existing. Because you got fired. After if you couldn't complete it in the 8 minutes or whatever it was, you had one more try, and if you still couldn't do it, you were out the door.
I thought didn't we make it 3?
I think it was.
I don't remember what it was.
3
I'm
or
just
4.
saying, it's
yeah.
in here.
Yeah. We made it 3.
It's in here, but whatever it was. So in this case, we're not firing you. We're trying to get you back to shape. Now, eventually, if you're found that you're not fit for duty, you're just not fit for duty eventually. I mean, if you can't still pass your 8 minutes after 4 years, something's not right.
And I don't know, you guys all know the union, we all, me and Nick, we all worked on this.
So
Yeah, maybe-
what I'm asking is just kind of look at it, but does that help answer your questions?
Yeah, I think so.
As
I've
far as
never-
what the intent is?
I never gave them any history on that we implemented it.
Stacy, you got anything?
Under the procedure thing on page 1,
Page what? Oh,
Page-
procedures?
page 1, we got the 20 minutes and then appropriate time 30 minutes, depending on the activity. And then back when a guy's can't pass his test, we say he's got 20 minutes of documented. Is that in addition?
20 minutes of actual working out?
Is that in addition to the daily
Oh,
requirement?
that's a good question. We could probably reword it. No.
Or something, if he needs extra
I mean, that wasn't
time,
my
he needs
intent, but it
extra
could be.
time. Okay, just brought that up.
Are we,
That wasn't my
are you
intent.
going back to
Is it encouraged versus mandatory? I think is the thing, right?
Well,
Encouraged
yes.
versus mandatory?
Yes.
I think is the wording.
Yes, the top one would be encouraged, and then the other one would be mandatory, but we could specify that a little bit better probably. But good point. What's that, John?
Are we going back to the
Obviously, if they
fitness?
can't pass it, they won't do it.
Well, you missed the whole
Well,
discussion.
You're just
Okay, we can
encouraging
talk about it
physical
later.
fitness
Yeah,
and
yeah,
not
I mean,
mandating?
I know everything about
I've never
this.
left it,
It's
but
not what we
John Fleming will talk about
we
it.
implemented it, so I
Just
know
renewed
all
mine.
about it.
Did you?
This right here, your fitness.
Yeah.
Can't fit in any clothes. It's all right. Do as I say, not as I do.
No, that's what my parents used to say. Damn it.
All right, before we press on, because I'm big, this is a big thing for me.
Go ahead.
Where we talk about encouraging firefighters to exercise is definitely different than making sure that exercise is a part of our daily health and fitness. So,
Yeah, I think one of the things that got brought up a lot was we have people that run Ironmans, all this stuff, and they're doing, who knows what they're doing every
Too much.
day. Yeah, so those people, they may not come in here and be looking to work out, you know what I mean?
You could do yoga according to this thing, stretching.
Yeah, you could, yeah, I agree.
Right, I
You
mean,
could walk, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's an off day for your
Right.
triathletes.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
So, yeah, Chief, so we brought in I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Peer Fitness.
I'm just,
So right, so the union got a donation for roughly $26,000 to bring in a Peer Fitness class, and for anyone. We did it here in Deltona. We started Peer Fitness, and that's kind of where this reality.
Yeah, we went through all that while you were out.
But well, I'm hoping to do what you said, but we were concerned about how do we do it when they come off duty because of the fire? That's the big
right,
thing.
that's something you determine. And in our organization,
That's
we do
what
it
I
in the
wanna know.
morning.
Yeah.
And because you're supposed to eat within 45 minutes after you exercise, and we found that at nighttime, if the cook is on a call or the shopping hasn't gotten done, but the guy still worked out, it was an hour and a half, 2 hours. And so the guys just bought into that. You know, you come in, quick check of your truck, exercise, shower, feed, or in whatever particular order. Plus, that gave guys a little extra time in the morning before they come on shift. They can spend time with their kids instead of, taking that quick shower.
So then,
actually, I don't
how
have
did you guys manage trucks? Like, did you do stations all at once, or did you
Yeah,
divide them up?
we do functional training. So it's an instructor led,
Raising ladders.
5 or 6. Yeah, as long as it has something to do with work. Chopping wood,
Well, I mean, like,
hoisting
did you
hose.
go out of service for that period of time?
No,
Stay
we're
in service.
No, you're in
Stay.
service,
Okay.
and that's a very good point because we don't want to make the exercise so that it beats
Right.
you up. I mean, it's supposed to just energize you, and so it's it's a basic kind of thing.
That's where I was going, because we needed some guy, we did
No, we
the best
had
we
to-
could. We needed some guidance.
Right, we had the same thing where guys were working out and they could all of a sudden you
Tie
get
their
banged
shoes.
out.
Yeah, we get, yeah, same
You
thing.
know?
People can't feel their legs when they're done. and-
I've made that mistake.
Trust
Oh,
me,
yeah.
it was a great
They all
idea for me until they started not, they did doing air squats, and the next thing I know, they're like, I can't.
I was just squatting air.
Get
I
up.
don't know what the problem is.
Okay, we'll take a further look at that.
Yeah, for sure. I'll probably request an electronic version of
I'll
this
send it to you
document.
right now.
All right, cool. But I
Did
can.
you?
Maybe
You can send it to everybody.
Huh?
We can send it to all of us.
Yeah, if you get his dad an extra name.
Yeah, it was this great idea we had about working
But you
out
send it to
and
me, I'll
everything.
forward it to them.
It kind of
Okay.
started to backfire. We said, oh, you can go out of service for 30 minutes to work out,
Two right in front of you, too.
because we wanted to
Probably,
encourage
yeah,
everyone
I
to
can
just
agree with
resist
that.
30 minutes. This is
I know
actually 30
Bush was
minutes.
talking about it, and you were
So we
asking
had
him.
this revolve
Yeah, we
before
haven't
trucks
reviewed it
going
with
on.
us.
And then we're like, so now what do we do? You know?
Okay.
We haven't presented it to the union.
It's one of those things,
You
Dan.
want
that
to
you jump
It
in.
is.
go
It's
back
not
to
for us.
this and pose any questions?
But we put in.
All right, the next one is light duty assignments, 28.
Yeah, we're good.
We need a little bit more time on that one.
Really
Okay.
don't. We're taking a break.
29, facilities maintenance. This is all just cleanup, and I don't see any objection to this.
Somebody must get very annoyed about painting.
I think we can TA this, 29. Can you pull that up?
Go back to it.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're fine with that. Uniforms was another one that we have not received a response back.
I should have that for you tomorrow.
Okay. Uh, 31, educational incentive plan.
Not prepared for that one.
Yeah, am I good?
32, workers' comp.
Any changes?
I should have that for you tomorrow.
Okay.
Which one, 32? There's 32.
Yeah.
33, compensation at separation.
Not prepared for that one yet.
And 34 we're bringing tomorrow, 44 we're bringing tomorrow. Um,
Yeah.
36, promotions.
So I have a question for discussion on that one. And then we don't have one yet because it really matters. So I've been assigned to look at how to, if we were to accept that promotional thing off the evaluations, how to put it into that policy. What's y'all's thoughts on that? Because that would have to be clearly put into the promotional article. Did y'all have any thought on how you wanted to put that in there, if that's something that the city decided they wanted to do?
Promotion and
So in 35, one of the changes that you had indicated you'd like to see is performance evaluations may be used in awarding points for promotional exams. This process must be agreed upon by the fire chief and the union president. That's what he's asking about.
Yes, thank
We
you.
talked about it may be better to have that in the promotional section.
I'm glad you were in my head on that one. Thank you.
Well, there's 35.
And I think we've talked about this, didn't we? But not only, because we do
Performance.
include a lot of the negatives.
A while ago, we talked about this, but from y'all's proposal here, with just kind of putting it in that thing, leads me to wonder how I would try to incorporate it into the promotional article because of, is it by points, is it by percent, is it by a word?
Well, right now, if it's a negative, like a write-up or something, past history, is that at the chief's interview? Where does that?
go to
It doesn't.
Jim,
Yeah,
opening day proposal.
yeah. Is that 36 in there?
They're referring to
They're
They're
section 1,
referring to
article
35. In order to look
Yeah,
at your 35 proposal, I have to know.
Yeah, I've got the 35. For some reason, my book doesn't have 36.
Oh.
I've got
Yeah,
that.
that's, they want to move this.
To promotions,
Okay.
but when we were talking, when I went to look at promotions, I don't know. There's a thief among us. Or my early onset
I don't know.
Alzheimer's.
Well, I'm not looking for
failed
an
me to
answer
put it in
today.
here.
I'm just
So I just
asking
wanted to
if
look
y'all
at
gave
it.
it.
So we put in there that it's going to be the fire chief and union president to determine what that process is going to look like. So
Well,
do you want to build that process
the
out and
whole
put it
promotion
into?
article is built already exactly how you score. So you would have to, unless you take
It would be
that.
additional points.
Oh,
So you could have 150 hypothetically just to make a point.
okay, well, so you want me to build it in as additional points as my, because I'm gonna bring, because we have some changes in that article too, but I want to make sure y'all's changes in there too, if that's what Stacy wants me to do. But I need to know how to do that. So you want it built in as extra points, it's like a bonus?
Yes.
Is that what?
Yeah, I think the way that you see with seniority points or
I know cops, when they go to the shooting range, they get points on their promotional exam for shooting most accurately, and then it's boom, boom, boom.
So here's the other issue I have.
Oh,
So right now, we currently have an evaluation
That was a good one,
process.
'cause maybe that-
I know we've looked at over the last few years, changing that process a few times, both, and now the city's also looking at changing their not promotion process.
Evaluations.
Thank you, evaluation process. So the point system may not be the same and or it may be, like right now ours is kind of goes by words or points, right? You either get a satisfactory, or you can also use the number scale that's associated with it. So are you okay with something to say that it's a extra points, I get that, bonus points, whatever you want to call it,
Right.
seniority points, whatever you want to call it, in a percentage as determined by the chief, like they can make a worksheet determined by them? each event?
How far are we out from knowing what the city's new evaluation is going to look like? Are we weeks away from that, months away from that?
And this wouldn't interfere with the minimum standard of before points get added, they still have to pass.
Yes,
Before-
yes, yes.
Yeah, just to be clear.
It's just like the working out a rank, you have to pass first before those are added.
Right.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were
I just needed to know
scale.
where.
I think use that same kind of scale we use for the writing, the working out a rank time
The
frame.
seniority.
I got it, I'll come up
Something
with
like
something,
that.
but
I mean,
I just needed to
If
know
you're
where y'all were
unsatisfactory,
looking.
I don't think you should. Like, if it's like unsatisfactory and then
No, yeah.
like 0, then.
Well, I'm saying the next evaluation process may not be scored anywhere like that. you know?
Okay.
So,
So you.
so what I'm looking for is
entire
that the
process
worksheet
makes-
that is used is approved by the union president and the fire chief before it's used.
Even if, generally, you either have a number
So if we
that you
have
have
to
to
move
meet
that to
that meets
36, we're
expectations,
good with this.
or a
No.
percentage, or
A word.
a word that says meets expectations or
Absolutely.
above, something like that.
Yeah. But without knowing for sure, I don't know where that's going to fall. Okay, that gives me an idea. I'm good, thank you.
And so based on that, we had given you promotions. Yeah?
You didn't have anything in promotions.
I think y'all said
Status
Well,
quo.
I'm not sure.
Did we, was that the status quo one? You got the second page to that?
I got a page.
That's what I have.
Is there?
I have it in my
I got
letter.
Yeah.
What is it?
Chief, I got a question for you on that too.
On what?
Is there going to be a time frame on
Yeah.
on
Is
the,
36 status quo?
36 to 37,
On the evals?
38 status quo.
like
Oh, I don't-
implementation of this
I
contract?
haven't put that much thought into it, but I can.
They
What are you
need to
thinking?
on 37, okay.
I mean, are
There
you
should be
gonna,
a-
are you gonna go retro to the year before when they didn't know about it, and then
Hey, you have to do a stop restart with all the evaluations
And
upon.
we can, after I write the language, we can talk about that, but here's something to think about that. So if you only use 1 year, right, which is what you're saying, a stop start, which I don't disagree with, but I'm just telling you the complication of that. You use 1 year, you have 1 year of opinion of that person. You use 5 years, you have 5 years of different supervisors' opinion in general. So it's a pro con of whether or not you do the stop start on it.
Yeah, oh, good point.
Does that make sense?
yes.
And
I mean,
which one's the right
I mean,
choice? I have no
I feel
idea.
like, but that's what our performance evaluations are for. Sometimes people do have bad years.
Yes.
Do go through something. So like, I wouldn't want to hold a bad year against.
Right, but that 1 year could be your bad year. So do you want? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't think just a single one's the right answer, but I don't know how far back you would go. I don't know.
Okay.
Plus,
I don't
also
have-
in that same discussion, you brought up about evaluating on a more often basis with some help from a software
Program or
system.
something? Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's one of the problems, is just to rehash that quickly, is you're graded one time a year. Well, 11 months ago, you might have done some really good things, but we forgot about that. So you do it a little more often and it's more representative.
I got it.
Yes. I agree.
Yes.
Take it, Chief.
So we move into 37?
Yeah, he said we can go.
I got
that.
37 questions or something. What do I think?
Seniority,
Right here.
recall.
So, this is just kind of me reading it and thinking, I don't know if this is a big deal, not a big deal. I don't know.
Now, this is part of what you gave us
What are
on the
we on?
first day.
37?
37, yeah.
37.
You changed,
We were
where is it? Right here?
status quo on 37, and then you brought back in your proposal a 37.
Yeah, so 37, and I'll give you a switchboard document.
Want me to go to your list?
Section 1C. Section 1C. The very
Citywide
last,
seniority?
yeah, the very last, you changed from as a firefighter to with the fire department. So, my question is, it's a question, I don't know. Say somebody with like, for example, somebody that works in fire loss or whatever, they go to fire school, become a firefighter. They keep their seniority from their higher date with this wording?
They're
Instead
a
of as
department employee?
firefighter. Huh?
They're a department employee? The person that
Correct.
you're asking about, they're a
Correct.
department employee?
Yeah.
Well,
Instead of starting with their seniority as a firefighter versus the department. And so I thought about this because of the whole Shane Dave thing. I don't know.
Well-
I don't know if dispatch was.
Well, the history of the
This
citywide
is
seniority comes
Halbert.
from, huh?
I mean, this is,
It actually comes from West.
yeah, but when it really hit was Gilmore.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
So-
you're right, that could
That's
be,
a good one.
you're
So-
right, that could be misinterpreted, but
We had an engineer that was moved to maintenance.
okay. Public
Um,
Works.
Somehow, he maintained both high risk and most of his EMT incentives, announced to anyone in fire. Was over there how many years?
couple, two,
Yeah.
three or
It
four.
was, probably way.
Yeah.
Was
a
it
lot.
Barnett?
I think a lot.
I
He
don't know.
was subsequently promoted to lieutenant?
No, driver.
No. I think he
He's
was
a
promoted
lieutenant,
to
he was Lieutenant Gilmore.
Oh, yeah, he got
So
the
they
lieutenant rank.
somehow promoted him
Non-combat
through a
lieutenant.
but administrative way. And then years later, that position in maintenance evaporated, and he came back to the fire department as an engineer with full seniority, because that was then disclosed that he was still in the fire department but working in maintenance.
And we had
So
people
that's
on a-
why it was changed to be very specific.
And we had members on an active promotional list
That
not
he
get
bumped,
promoted due to that.
because
Yeah, and he
He
made a
was friends
voluntary
with
decision.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
switch
yeah,
over.
yeah.
Yep.
So it ruffled
And
some
he was an
feathers.
I don't know if you guys had a reason why to.
he was an
change it or if
ex-union
it don't matter,
president,
it's
so it
wording
was
or-
very hard
I
to
don't know.
kick him in the...
So I wasn't approaching this from that background.
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't
I was
know.
looking at it solely as,
Yeah, which makes sense.
someone was in public works that want to
Yeah.
Makes
go
sense.
be in the fire department. I
So-
mean, in that respect, this makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's when it really... We didn't know either, and I 100% agree with you. We didn't realize he could work in maintenance and still be...
and we already have in here that, don't we? That if they transfer, they lose seniority?
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's in there.
So if that situation were to come up again,
Yeah.
it would prevent what you're saying happened
Well, the
before.
situation, the only thing I can think of is somebody from fire loss or something of that nature, who goes to fire school, moves over to where we are,
And we
and
had
they keep
that-
their seniority for 10 years.
Well, we had that with Halpern and,
Right.
Yeah, that was the original scenario that for this language, we didn't even think of the Gilmore situation. But we used to have dispatch, our own dispatch center
Yeah.
Okay.
in the training room at
And that was
61.
the situation.
A dispatcher, non-combat position, came over, and then it was an issue.
I don't even
Okay,
ask
do
him
we
this.
have any of that under a blanket today in the city? Do we have
But-
any scenario that may,
We have
Yeah,
no
Yeah,
idea.
fire loss, I would
Yeah,
imagine,
you could have
right?
well, you
the,
got QA position now, you
Yeah,
got
yeah.
fire law.
So, what part is the transfer in? I'm just looking for
The what?
it. She said that if you transfer, you lose seniority. I
It's
just-
C,
It's down there somewhere.
Thank you.
Somewhere.
Sorry, keep going.
citywide seniority on the first page.
Yeah, if you come from a different
Section.
department.
No,
Start
but
over.
you're asking if someone leaves,
You-
they lose seniority.
Yeah, I just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not that, that's.
No.
That I just read a moment ago.
that is C. I
least
think
it goes
that's
to
where
fire
it
school.
transfers from.
You know?
Oh, right here, B, section 2B layoff. It says, members who resign or are dismissed from the employment of the department shall lose all seniority privileges at the completion of the last duty day.
There you go.
Yeah, but he didn't resign or...
Well,
You're talking about the guy that went to maintenance. That's
That still
covered
wouldn't-
up above. Up
that still
above in
wouldn't resolve
C,
the problem of somebody coming from.
it says employees that transfer from another city department.
He never left fire.
I don't think there is
That's
anything
the
that-
weird part.
Well, yes, we'd argue that he did. Will not have any departmental seniority. Department seniority shall start on the first day of
Well,
full-time
What if we
employment.
just change it to
with-
full-time
with
employment as a
department.
firefighter within the department?
Something to that effect, yeah, because first day of,
We just don't
well,
like-
what I have in our notes is first day of hire as a firefighter, opposed to the first day, opposed to being the first day of full-time employment with the department. FTE.
Any one of those work.
Yeah,
Well,
it says-
the existing language says as a
That's
firefighter,
existing,
just
yeah, I
take
wrote
out the
that.
strikeout. Right? It says department seniority will start on the first day of full-time employment as a
I'm going to
firefighter.
give you an example
Well,
why
no.
that could be invalid too, because let's say we hire a QA person and they're a firefighter, they're within the department, they could still, or inspector can be certified as a firefighter.
But are they a
Are they
member?
employed
As
as a
we-
firefighter?
As
For
we
642.
have defined member.
An inspector might be.
Yes.
Is that QA person a member?
Yeah, do you want to make it member?
As we
No.
define member?
No.
I don't.
No.
But
Then
I
they
don't
would
think so.
not, even if they went to get their firefighter certification,
I'm good with any language.
then they would
It
come
doesn't
in
have to
with 0 time if they wanted to come in. Because they're not a member as this
But
contract.
Then it would leave
defines.
out the administrative.
It would be what?
Wouldn't that leave out the administrative chiefs and stuff like that too?
No, I think they have the certifications. They
I can come back.
Yeah.
In the bump down
So my
process.
question on that one then, if you have, like we talked earlier, you're gonna take a look at single cert, right? So. you
Yeah,
could have
we
someone
would have
come
to
in
make
as a
language built into
paramedic,
that as well.
Right, so,
So it would affect.
Do we
Is
want to
that-
take care of that?
But they're
I'm
being
saying, so
hired.
you can't just say firefighter, because that.
No,
right?
but that's my whole point with that is they're being hired as a firefighter.
That's why they qualify as
So
a
they-
pension.
We don't, right, and we don't want to classify them as anything other than firefighter EMT or firefighter paramedic.
Hence the firefighter
That's the
trainee.
classification they're being hired to fill, and therefore, if they don't get certified within that 12 or 18 months, whatever we end
But
up
it is a
with.
good thing when you're looking at the language build out to think about that, because you could build it into the article, but if you needed, thought you needed to.
Well, I will tell you right now, and elsewhere, I'm dealing with departments that are being forced to hire single cert, and just with the idea of they're going to have a certain portion of their department being single cert. I mean, because they just can't find dual certed people. So, I mean, that's not on the on the plan here. I mean, your plan is to send them all, but that's how desperate some of these departments are getting is,
Down south.
yeah, they're having to say, listen, we're going to have to create an avenue to keep our rescues up, that we're going to have single cert people that either have no desire or can't become firefighters.
Which sucks for their ISO.
Well,
So for C, you're okay with strike with the department at the end and just leave that as a firefighter?
no, as a firefighter with the department.
Within the department.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I would just leave both, I think, leave that language in with the department. Yeah.
Good discussion, Drew.
Are they good?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
So the rest of this okay? Are we okay with the rest of this layoff seniority?
It's your guy that's asking the question.
He wasn't here when
We talked about changing calendar year
With
language
change.
to 12 months,
Yeah.
and that, okay, that's already done.
That's
I
done.
got something
Yep.
under layoff.
Clean up layoffs,
Somewhere.
new proposal.
skewed view of this. I don't have a problem with somebody coming.
Right.
Right here, included. I think it's a grammar thing. I got under layoff, but work with me here. Remove
Recall one is that.
We got to remove the word for somewhere from layoff. We just got to find it. Oh, right here, first sentence. Has not been recalled
For within.
for within. Ah, there you go.
They've been here 30 years. I know, but.
Green?
No.
Is there a 3G?
3E.
I don't know.
5G.
Oh, I don't have a 3G.
3G is very old school.
Got my notes for 3G, but I don't see it.
Well, it's actually, yeah, it's 3G because they struck section
Yeah,
4.
we just
Oh, you
took
see a
out-
3G?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's actually,
Yeah. Oh.
Right.
any member who was laid off shall receive 1 month's allowance.
Yeah, and yeah, severance pay.
3G 3G.
Page 27, second paragraph.
Oh.
What are you?
I don't know. It's 3G.
Yeah.
No, there's no right here.
It's right there.
Page 27.
Right here.
Ah, that is 3G. So, what's the ask you before? So I don't know what I'm just guessing. Right. This versus that. That, anyway, I don't know.
All right. When you're separate, when you separate service, do you only get paid for a portion of your accrued vacation? Or do you get all of it?
I was writing that note down.
Because this says applicable vacation benefits. What does that mean?
It's broken into years under vacation.
Applicable vacation benefits and unused sick time.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to put applicable in front of unused sick time. which
Oh, okay, yeah.
varies.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Sick time is broken.
okay.
Okay, I'm right here.
So put applicable in front of sick leave. So take applicable out of where it is now.
Move it.
I think we get, I think it's what?
Just add it.
No, applicable unused. Applicable
Okay,
before
applicable
unused. Yeah, before unused.
Applicable.
Say that 10 times fast.
I was really struggling finding it 3G.
Yeah, you were.
Okay, now you can take it out of where it is before vacation.
I mean, it can stay.
You stay it, you don't.
Well, no, I don't, because I don't know what the applicable vacation benefit, you get all your vacation, right?
That would be applicable.
Okay. I mean, you don't get all of your sick leave. There's a tier thing on that based on years of service.
All right, so if you're using applicable in both cases, but they have different definitions, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I just don't, I mean, there's nothing that, whatever, I would say accrued unused vacation benefits, I mean, or the accrued unused vacation benefits and applicable unused sick leave. Right, that's what you're going to get paid for, accrued unused vacation benefits. Instead of applicable.
And then the applicable unused sick time is per the contract.
Per the contract on that, that's on a tier.
Yeah, it's tiered. Just 4 definitions of applicable. Let's see, calibrate.
I'm up between
Percentage
tomorrow.
appropriate.
And I mean, I like accrued unused rather than accrued annual because somebody might think that they're entitled to their full annual if they haven't accrued the full annual. You're like, yeah.
Well, I didn't think of that.
Right, so accrued unused vacation.
Because we do have a section where you can use on hours that you haven't gotten yet
Okay.
to get vacation days, but you can.
All right, good with this word?
You okay with accrued unused vacation to
I'm
replace
still-
applicable?
I'm still applicable on both, covers it, because you're going back to the contract.
Right.
Applicable vacation, applicable unused sick time.
Okay. All right. All right, so now are we okay with 37?
That's all I got.
That's all he's got.
And once again, Jim, in the morning, Debbie's going to go over everything, and for the final TA on the ones that we're saying we're fine with,
Okay.
at think that's fair for both sides.
Okay. 38 severability, I believe, is status quo in both.
Okay.
39 vacation time.
I'm not prepared for that one yet. You have that for tomorrow, right? Is that one
Is
for
what
tomorrow?
you said.
No, the 34.
No, 34. We're bringing pension plan. We've already given you vacation, which was status quo, yeah. 40 sick leave, same thing there?
Right. It's 39, it's not on the status quo list.
No?
Isn't it?
No, it's not.
I didn't have it.
All right, wait a minute.
What is
You were
39?
gonna bring
I
it.
might be wrong.
Vacation?
Let me look, wait a minute. Let me look.
No.
What do we have?
It was in the opening day proposal and presume it got left off by error
Yeah,
of
it's
the status quo list.
Isn't there a blank page for 39?
Oh, get next.
Oh,
All right.
no, you had, well, page 68.
Oh, 5, excuse me, right.
Five instead of
It's not
four
status quo.
employees to be on
That's why it's not on the status quo list. Section 4, the current is 5 employees to be off on vacation, not 4, so we changed that.
Yeah, we had to change the number. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it, so much for
Bad
those
notes,
notes.
bad notes.
No, it was in the opening day proposal, but it wasn't status quo.
Yeah,
So it wasn't an error. It was intentional.
It was clarity.
Because of one word.
Want me to add 39 with the 5?
we,
No.
I don't think.
Or no, not ready?
No,
I'm
we're
not
okay.
ready.
Been there, right?
And sick leave was status quo, yeah.
You did have that as well.
We're not prepared for that one.
Okay. $42 is civil leave.
Just get 41 employee compression.
Yeah, that's just
We're
the
just
open.
taking that out.
Yeah, leave it open in case we leave it as an open article. Compression's just, you've got something that needs to go in there. Civil leave is, we got to do the policy, that policy review. Have you guys looked at that?
I got a,
What you got on
I got a
there?
page of questions. I don't think I'm ready for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, my 42, I'd probably would read to you or let you read it. Just that way you can narrow it down from all this stuff I got. That's a lot.
Did we want to address section alpha 1, A1? Is that a thing?
Oh,
In regard to
it
the
is.
word pay?
Jim question maybe? I don't know.
What are you saying?
You're in the actual policy?
Yeah.
Article 42, alpha 1.
Oop, there you go. I had an iPad. Wait, yeah. This was one I remember. But I mean, I could probably narrow all that down.
So,
Currently, all
yeah,
your
just
time is counted as productive.
to get into the weeds a little bit
See
on
what
regular
changed
pay,
It's different here.
that's what we just wanted to
worded
verify.
Not that way in here. I don't know where off the top of my head. We'd have to-
And then we want to,
I think it's somewhere we should talk about.
I'm sorry, where were
I
you
think
again?
it's something we should talk about. We
the
do it
top
here.
of the civil
All right, we
leave
can talk
articles,
about it later.
third
Yeah, I
paragraph
think-
actually, starting with employees required.
Okay.
I think we're gonna do it
Okay.
later.
Okay. I just had a question about definition of regular pay. We would need to clarify that that's not
It says it on the
base pay or
policy.
incentive.
That's it.
Okay. I just missed it. Yeah, it goes over. Then it says in that same paragraph, hours reported as jury duty leave will not be included in the calculation of overtime for non-union members.
Yeah, we
To
gotta,
address-
yeah, that, if we're gonna incorporate, we gotta be careful about that. If we're referencing this policy, we can't say that some benefits, that some people, non-union members, right? I think that's intended, this is city policy now?
Yes.
So instead of non-union, it should probably say non-bargaining unit members or
Where are
non-bargaining
you on
unit.
that one?
It's the same paragraph, set next sentence.
Good.
Right, because they are productive hours currently. Jury duty is productive hours here, right?
Yeah, this is.
So I think we're doing exactly what we don't want to do, is just try to change city policy.
Right, yeah, I agree. I read it, but
Yeah.
this is a...
Then for section B, civil leave without pay, I move to keep section 4 out of the original language. Because it's
Where were you?
section 4 on the original language. When you put that up against section B, civil leave without pay. Only that we would want to keep whatever, we would want to be able to utilize whatever leave we have available, regardless of what bank. Because if a guy, for whatever reason, doesn't have vacation time in his bank, we'd still have the ability to get a paycheck.
That's what we're discussing
or
right now.
as much of a paycheck as possible.
Yeah, so I mean, I think this policy was written to cover like non-bargaining unit city employees largely, correct?
Okay.
$43.
So 42, we tabling it?
Moving to the bereavement policy was your proposal.
Right.
The other thing that I think with COVID that's come up is, we may have discussed this briefly last time, was in the policy, it says that in the event of a delayed interment or ceremony, the employee would have 30 days from the date of the death of the immediate family member to utilize bereavement leave. There are situations now because of travel restrictions where some of these services are being put off for periods of time longer than that.
We discussed that.
And then bereavement pay is calculated based on the base rate of pay at the time of the absence and will not include any special forms of compensation. That's not current practice either.
We talked about that last time. You wanted
Yeah.
base replaced with a regular, and the rest of it
Yeah.
was applicable.
Yeah, I mean, or again, this is one where it might make more sense just to leave the existing contract language.
Yeah, and then we also had the little about the 5 days after too, that you were granted with no penalty to needing a doctor's note or when we were going over like a matrix for calling out sick or something like that. It wasn't going to be penalized against you for calling out. In like an extreme case like losing a spouse and being out for an extended period of time, or having to settle someone's estate in another country or state. So,
And I think there's valuable language in current section 3 that prohibits somebody who's taking advantage of bereavement leave or compassionate leave from working overtime outside their normal shift. I think that's valuable language that I don't think is covered
No, it's not.
right in the policy. So this is one where, you know, it might make sense just to keep existing language.
Yeah, there's a bit of nuance with this one.
We can come back to it.
Uh, 45 is parental leave.
We just added the adoption language at the bottom of section 2.
We don't have a response for you today.
.46 personnel files.
No response today.
.47 recertification. Training.
We talked about that last time, didn't we?
Yes. We talked about it the other day in a group meeting too, but we're probably going to do that tomorrow.
So my note on 47 was that we were going to be getting language from you.
Right, so Debbie is here, so we can have a discussion and just put it up onto the document.
47.
Oh, we didn't.
Yes, I gave you guys Article 47 last time.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
What did we say?
You're still gonna pay for the required certifications.
You said y'all were gonna get back with language
And
based off
schedule
of.
training. You are proposing the lockout on vacation leave for time periods to complete those training sessions that are required for employment. We verbally agreed to get that booked in October of the calendar year before.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, before the vacation, I think is what we said. Before the vacation pays, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well, worst case scenario, sure.
That was the only thing I had in my notes was vacation pigs and.
And we were also
special
wanting to
feedback.
move the time requirement for the engineer and aerial operator course for the new hires.
Yes, y'all were gonna write language as far as, if you remember, you wanted to put that into sections and you were gonna get back with us on that?
Mm-hmm. So we're ready, we could just, because the plan was that we were just going to put it up on the board.
Okay, yeah,
So
that's fine.
that was,
Yeah, set it up on the board and let's go through it. And then
okay.
I'll send you this one too, David. You can put it up.
Still a computer.
Huh?
Still not a
Doesn't have
computer.
either.
Still not a
Oh,
computer.
I'll put it on this. How's that work? Don't yell at me. I'm very sensitive.
I don't believe it is.
Are we breaking?
Break? Are we taking a break?
Sure, okay. I didn't know. Somebody might have.
Somebody called the audible.
Well, while we wait on 37 to come up.
So now that we're breaking. 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 So now.
Approved funds
Really.
and the 20% and what the status looked like in terms of receivables that have come in since, where we are with it. So we still want to follow up on that request.
What was the second one, Jim?
You want year-to-date.
Yeah, so we want to, originally when that MOU was done, there had been an amount that we were, right, so that the MOUs, if you recall, we were spending kind of or talking about and negotiating over two pots of money. One was the amount of money that had accumulated up to the point of the MOU that had not been spent. And so we committed that through the MOU to several different things. And then separately, we committed moving forward to use of some of the funds moving forward for prospective funds. So the MOU makes reference to, I think it was 20%, the original 20% of the accumulated funds. Let me grab the MOU. And so we want to know how much of that original accumulated amount remains. So all right, so it's a Union City agreed in Article 44 of collective bargaining with $100,000 transport fees per year, beginning with 2021, go to the city's general fund, and the remainder to the fire department for education of bargaining unit members, department training, and overtime and training for duty members. There was no cap on the additional funds to be allocated to the fire department. As to any residual funds in the transport fee account, that was the amount that had already been collected. Those funds would carry forward to be a negotiating point in the next contract as to the percentage above $100,000 going to the city's general fund. 3, 20% of the current accumulated transport funds. That was the pot that at the time we were doing the MOU, that almost took us a year to get that MOU, that had built up. That we were saying, what are we going to do with this amount of money? And then moving forward, what do we do with revenues as they come in prospectively? And we said 20% of the current accumulated transport funds, less funds that have already been distributed for training, shall be moved to an account to be utilized solely for additional education for bargaining unit members, department training and overtime, or event pay per the CPA to cover bargaining unit members for training as approved by the fire chief and union. So the question is, how much of that 20% that was from the original accumulated transport fund pool remains? That was one question. And then since that time, what have we collected on a monthly basis from the time this MOU was signed in 20 to today? And then in B, $150,000 out of that current accumulated transport funds was utilized to the assistance of the development of Fire Department Training Center. And then $75,000 of the current accumulated transport funds utilized for sanitation equipment for the Deltona transport units. And then we moved into up to $120,000 of transport funds per year. 2021, 21, 22 should be set aside to offset the city's costs associated with establishing the assistant chief job classification, and $60,000 of the transport funds per year 2021 and 21-22 set aside to offset the city's costs associated with establishing the EMS quality assurance job. City and union agree to utilize any remaining accumulated transport monies and future annual recurring monies delivered via EMS transport as provided for in Article 44, Section 2 as follows. So transport EMS funds can be utilized for sending people to paramedic training annually. B, annual transport revenues to be utilized for funds associated with 3 additional paramedic training programs per year. Annual transport funds were utilized to establish and fund an EMT IV program for current EMT bargaining unit members. And then we started the seat pay, using those funds to fund the seat pay beginning the first pay period following October 1, 2020.
Do you have a copy of that MOU?
Any transport funds remaining at the end of any fiscal year not utilized or allocated in accordance with this MOU shall remain in the fire department's transport fee account, which will be made available for future fire department expenditures subject to future collective bargaining. So how much, was in that current that accumulated amount, and how much did we spend, how much was left, and then moving, what have the revenues been on a monthly basis since that MOU was signed in December of 2020. So we kind of know what we're dealing with in terms of amounts.
Do you know with the sanitation equipment and stuff, how much we spent, how much we have left, or how much we have still to utilize for further
We use
units?
very little of it.
So there is a percentage of that we can consider.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's the kind
That's in our
of thing.
capital. That's in our capital budget.
And the 150 went to the training center? Yeah?
I can't answer that.
Okay. All right, so the other thing I wanted to do before I leave, because I'm getting tugs on my calendar, and I just want to review the dates we've got on the calendar and confirm that these are confirmed dates, and talk about start times. So no more dates in February. Yeah.
Correct?
The next one I have is March 8th and 9th.
Correct?
9 a.m. both days.
Correct?
March 22 and 23rd, 9 a.m. both days.
Correct?
That was a good one. Be here.
And April 11th and 12th. What time are we starting?
Let's keep it at 9 a.m.
And those are confirmed, March or April 11th and 12th?
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. We don't have anything after that. Yeah.
I'm just give me the days you'll be up here.
Or Jim, would you like to put something after that? I mean, you know, I don't want to come in even late March and say, hey, we need something in May, and you'd be tied up.
Yeah, I mean, the sooner we can get, right now, my May is largely wide open, so if we've got dates that everybody agrees to,
Yeah.
probably put two dates on the calendar.
9/10.
Propose it.
Hold on.
My schedule.
Can we not do 9?
Yeah. Please.
10/11.
We could do 10, 11,
Or 11, 12.
or 11, 12.
Yeah, that's fine.
Stacy, does that work?
Wednesday, Thursday work that week, 11, 12?
I'm checking too.
The 12th does not work for me.
How about the next week, 16, 17? I got that whole week and the week after for me. I don't know about you guys, looking for you guys.
So,
16, 17's all right with me, but the following week won't be. Then I'm in class.
You said 16, 17 is good for you?
Yes.
How about 16 and 17?
17.
Does that work okay for you guys? All right.
hold on, John. Let me check date. So, are you gone the 18th, John?
No, I'm talking about the following week.
Well, you might want to consider 18th, 19th. Just
Okay.
because you're slammed the 15th is slammed.
Okay, can we do the 17th and 18th of May?
Okay.
Instead of 16?
Yeah.
17, 18.
You good, Chris?
Yep.
Stacy?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
9 a.m.
Yes.
Yes.
That works better for you.
17, 18, you said?
Yes.
The 15th is,
Wanna do one in
the
June?
15th would be hard. to
June
get
6,
back
7?
to.
Um,
I'm not here.
yeah, I mean, if we're
Do
we're
it
doing
on
it.
here. So you don't have to do it on your own June. I think I'm gone.
Okay.
So you can do whatever you want. I don't mind. That's why we have a team.
Yeah, let's go later in June, I think. No.
Well,
You said-
listen, by the time we get to May, I mean, we should have an idea, I would think,
Yes.
as we get into April, kind of where we're looking. I think in April, if we think
Yeah.
we can get on the calendar for
I agree,
June.
let's wait till March to say June.
Oh, yeah, you did give me that.
Yeah, I did.
How did that?
Are we adjourned?
5 through the 11th. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good luck.
Yeah.